Ready to start whenever you are.
Okay, do you want to go ahead and do the inventory of commission members that are here?
Yep. Hold on. Someone just popped in. Where is it? Yeah. Attendees?
Nope, you're the panelist.
All right.
It was popped on.
All right. Robert Hannon,
I'm here.
Rich Berlandi, Dave Fox,
Here.
Robert Eisner,
Here.
Neil Kelsey. Did you say he was in?
Mhm.
Wait.
That was microphone.
Where is it? Are you there, Neil? Yeah, it's not too. I will skip over for now. Mark Simpson
Here.
and Ned Stachin.
Here.
All right. Neil, are you in?
Yeah, I just got in. It took me a while.
Nope, no problem. Just want to make sure I saw your name, but I wanted to make sure we had you on there.
Yep.
And then we have Robert Canto and Emily Brick.
I am here.
Okay, that's great. Chair, it's all yours.
Okay, so first item on the agenda is we have a public hearing, Carrier Group, lots 8517 and 8518 Maria Road, regulated activity with an upland review area associated with a proposed 25 lot subdivision. And actually, Emily, I mean, and I don't know if we will, but I'll just say this, if we do end up voting today, I'll have you sit in for Neil. So you would be able to vote. And again, I don't know if we will or not tonight, but at least we can get started in the process.
Isn't Neil here? Neil is signed into the
I'm
chat.
sorry, not Neil, Bob,
Rich.
I'm sorry,
Rich isn't here.
I'll be all right. Rick, I'm sorry.
Got it.
Rich. I forgot to cross off Neil saying he wasn't here, so, okay. Bruce, I think you had a couple of comments that you wanted to make before we actually first get started on this.
Yes, thank you. I just want to remind everybody for the public hearing, the process will be such where the applicant will allow to present the material. It'll then go to the commissioners for questions. And then after that, it'll be brought to the public for any kind of questions that they have. They'll actually direct the questions to the chair. And during this time, we will not be monitoring any kind of questions or the answers in questions or the chat section of Zoom. So please do not submit anything via chats or anything like that. All that stuff will not be part of the hearing. And when we get to that point, we'll go over it again. But if you're on Zoom, you could use the raise your hand function and then we'll go in order. If not, if you're just on the phone, you could hit *9 and that'll actually raise your hand. I think that's it, Chair.
Okay, thank you. So with that, some of the preliminaries out of the way, let the applicant start their presentation.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission.
Oh, hold on, I apologize. We got to read the, we just have to, we have to read the notice. I just
All right.
Okay, so the Town of Farmington Inland Wetlands Commission notice is hereby given that the Inland Wetlands Commission will hold an online public hearing on Wednesday, May 18th, 2022 at 7 p.m. via an online web conference on the following application. Carrier Group, Inc. application for regulated activity with an upland review area related to proposed residential subdivision located at lots 1817 and 8517 and 8518 Maria Road, west of 18 Maria Road. Interested parties are encouraged to participate in this online public hearing. The link to the meeting may be found online at the Town of Farmington's website. I'm not going to spell it out, but a copy of the proposal is online. People were able to go ahead and see documents at the town hall. They can call the planning department. They haven't done so already. Dated in Farmington, Connecticut, this 21st day of April, 2022, Inland Wetlands Commission. Me as the chair. And I don't think I was muted.
No, you were good.
No.
Okay. So I guess with that, Chris, you want to go ahead? I think that's what I needed to do, correct?
That's it.
Okay. Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. I'm Christian Hoeb. My office is located at 314 Main Street here in Farmington. With me this evening is Johnny Carrier, who's the principal of Carrier Group, Inc., which is the applicant. Also, Tom Daly, a licensed professional engineer from SLR. He's the United States Manager of Civil and Structural Engineering. James McManus, principal of JMM Wetland Consulting. He is a registered certified professional soil scientist. And George Logan, a licensed environmental scientist at REMA Ecological Services, LLC. In terms of procedure, the mailing has been completed. With each notice sent out was a correspondence to every neighbor that they were free to contact me for additional information. 2 individuals did contact me and I had a discussion. One I sent the revised plans to, and another neighbor I spoke to for about a half hour yesterday. And I offered further follow-up if necessary. The maps, the plans, the reports have been timely filed with town staff. The sign was posted and maintained by Mr. Carrier. The notices were published. Apparently there was a scrivener's error, which we do not consider material. And we have, throughout this process, continuously informed and communicated with town staff, which includes Ms. Rutherford, Mr. Sear, Mr. Arnold. There was, as you all know, probably, there was a site walk May 1st with Mr. Carrier, Mr. Logan, Mr. McManus. I attended as well. The purpose was to provide the commission with information, methodologies, and to orient them and help them understand the property. In response to initial comments from the commission, the plans have been revised and reviewed with staff, particularly at a town hall meeting on May 6th. Mr. Daly has been working with staff to satisfy comments. And as I mentioned, we had a site walk. Did I say May 1st? I think it was April 30th. Okay, sorry about that. But there was a site walk. So for this evening, we want to go through the initial presentation covering all the aspects of inland wetlands, including testimony from Mr. Logan, McManus, and Daly. Mr. Carrier is here solely for the purpose of being available to answer any questions. He certainly knows the history of the property, and there's some product information that he has that he is prepared to share with the commission, but I don't expect his direct testimony to take terribly long. The goal is to provide the prima facie within 45 minutes, plus or minus, to present our information and evidence and turn it back to the commissioners and the public for comments and questions. Ideally, we think we can complete the hearing tonight, but we're amenable to the commission continuing this matter if it deems it necessary, of course. So the plan set includes an initial March 16th, 2022, and it was revised May 9th and submitted at that time. Additional minor revisions have been added, and there's been discussions even up to yesterday afternoon. So you'll recall, I wasn't present, but the rest of the team initially met with the commission on April 6th as new business. The application proposes 25 lots cluster subdivision. The 2 parcels comprising this application total approximately 87 acres. Approximately 66 acres of the application are just designed as open space. And the applicant is proposing 2 clusters. The 18 single-family homes are proposed on the westerly portion of the end of lot 5818, and 7 single-family homes are proposed at the eastern end of lot 5818. Now, you may hear us refer to easterly and westerly, and so if there's any confusion, just jump in and let us know. The proposal contemplates lot 5817 is deeded open space. Now, in this slide, generally, and again, I know many of the commission members are familiar with this, but there might be folks attending. Just in terms of this slide, orienting you, of course, the parcel is situated on Morea Road. Across the street from the two clusters are Tall Timbers. I like that dancing finger helping me along, so thank you. Cope Farms and Old Pond. And to the north is Snowberry Cobble. And the green shaded area, of course, reflects the proposed open space in this application. I'm going to call it blue, but I could be slightly colorblind. It might be purple, is the area that represents the two cluster proposals. So that's about as much technical as you're going to get from me, because it's in much better hands with Tom Daly, who's next up, and can review the plans and the slides. Tom, are you there?
I am, Chris, and thank you. Once again, for the record, Tom Daly with SLR Consulting. Bruce, can we move to the next slide? So Chris did a nice job to orientate you, but this is your town's GIS mapping. As Chris indicated, the parcel is really made up of two parcels. We have this kind of upper parcel, as Bruce just had there, that's very square in nature. That's about 42 acres in size. And then we have this kind of long, thin parcel that goes along Morea Road. That's about additional 44 acres. So as Chris indicated, about 87 acres total on that. Next slide. This is just some background. I'm sure the commission may have done it themselves, but this is the town GIS mapping. And this one shows wetlands on site. And obviously, as part of our work, we had to get our own soil sciences to verify this. But and as you see, it's not completely accurate, as Snowberry Cobble is all wetlands. But this is just want to show you that this is you know, kind of the a part of a fairly important wetland corridor. It's all associated with Scott Swamp Brook, which generally runs virtually almost right through the mid. I guess on the upper parcel runs along our eastern border and then comes down towards Morea Road. Next slide. Also part of Scott Swamp, there is a map theme of floodplain. So the floodplain generally is located inboard of the wetlands, but to give you a reference, that is there. So we have Scott Swamp Brook running in a north to south direction towards Morea Road. Next slide. And as Chris indicated, this is the parcel we'll do a deeper dive into. So on this particular rendering, the green is represented by the wetlands. And the blue is representing the cluster subdivisions. And you'll see more of a, I guess, a lime green or a celery green area. Those are actually stormwater basins. So they're outside the development footprint, but there is a footprint associated with those. But you'll see on this particular map, there's really three. When we first approached this design, there's three areas of developable area or non-wetland. So we have the two areas where we're locating the clusters, and then located to the north on there, just off the left, what you see is our boundary actually on our western border is actually the city of Bristol. So that's actually the town boundary also. So the road that's located up there is Plank Hill Road, and that's a cul-de-sac coming off the city of Bristol. So we'll come back to this later because that's an important fact. But to get access to the upland area or the non-wetland area located there, we would come off the city of Bristol's road. Next slide. And this is because it is a long thin piece. So we did a kind of a blow up here on our plan to do an existing and proposed above. And I will speak to these applications east and west. So as this is just to get you oriented. So we have the east, which is approximately 7 lots. And then we have the west, which is not approximately, it is 18 lots. And the reason I'll present these two clusters really function completely separately. They've been designed separately. There's really no interconnects whatsoever. So I thought for, I guess, clarity's sake, I'm going to kind of roll through the design on the east side, and then I'll roll through on the west side so we don't flip back and forth. So next slide. So we start on the east side. This is the, so as I said, this is 7 lots. We have a small cul-de-sac. These roads will be designed to be a private road. And part of that was the geometry works best to be in that way. But it's a small cul-de-sac, and these are lots that vary anywhere from, I think, anywhere from 10 to 15,000 square feet. And they were designed under the town's cluster regulation. Over on the left-hand side, you'll see the stormwater basin. Bring that to your attention because all the water from the road and the lot and the houses will be directed down to that stormwater basin. Both basins on both sides are planted with, well, they're designed, starting off, they're designed to meet the DEP's water quality volume. And then they also provide peak attenuation for the 2 through the 100-year storm. So we did an analysis, determined at that analysis point what the peak flow rates are under existing conditions, and we designed the stormwater basin to not exceed those stormwater volumes, peak flows for those times. We do have both of these basins will be seeded with 2 really things. So the bottom of the basins will be seeded with a herbaceous plug, herbaceous plugs throughout there. We think this is an opportunity to kind of really jumpstart the planting there. So it's a lot of native plugs there. And then the perimeter of the basin would be seeded with a New England conservation mix. Also, you'll see on this is we are part of this plan and working with the environmental scientists. We are proposing a permanent wildlife barrier around the stormwater basins. So any of those species that are in the wetlands do not see this basin as a decoy. Also, as a best management practice, we have anywhere there is a area of within 25 feet of a wetland on a particular lot, we will be putting markers in at those boundaries so the homeowners know there's an adjacent wetland. And essentially on this side of the proposal, 2 of the lots have 25-foot buffer that falls on the other lots. All the other lots are outside the 25-foot. Next slide. And then this is a slide that, once again, same thing. So, but this is the utility plan and the grading plan. We also have highlighted for you your 150-foot upland review area line. I believe that was a question the commission had for us at the last meeting. One other thing I'd like to bring to your attention, the plans do include a very detailed stormwater management plan. This walks through basically the future homeowners and the future homeowner association on what the expectations are and what the requirements are for the management of these stormwater systems. And it starts off from road sweeping, when the catch basins are supposed to be cleaned out, when to clean out the water quality chamber. So we have a water quality chamber just off the road prior to getting to the detention basin. And then it also walks them through on what the maintenance requirements are for the stormwater basin. So there should not, so people are well informed. And the expectation is this document would be brought into the homeowners association documents so they're fully aware when they purchase land out there. Next slide. We did put together a erosion control plan for each side. In this particular location, we are doing two layers of erosion control along the perimeter. We have both silt fence and straw wattles. They kind of work in concert with each other. The straw wattle kind of supports the silt fence, but they provide additional protection. In addition to that, we will have a temporary sediment trap located down gradient of the cul-de-sac. And in this particular location, we were able to find location and we thought it was appropriate. We are not using the stormwater basin for a temporary sediment trap. We'll have our own sediment trap located upgrading of that. Another thing we bring to your attention is as we have our adjacent wetland resource and an NDDB hit in this area, which we'll talk about in a minute, we have put on the plans basically a wildlife management plan, and that's a plan that's associated with the construction phase of it. This is a plan that this commission has seen before on other applications we've worked on. And it essentially starts off with putting in a perimeter fence before you even start construction, doing a sweep for any turtles or such of animals, essentially picking those species up, putting them on the other side of that barrier fence. In this particular situation, our silt fence will act as that barrier fence. And then it goes on to say the other controls, so the contractor will be well informed in terms of what the expectations are. Next slide. So now we flip over to the western side. As on this particular side, we have 18 lots. We have a small leg of road that comes off of Maria Road that splits off into two cul-de-sacs that flank left and right. Give you an example, the topography on this site. The commission was on this site, but it's basically high on the basically left-hand side of this map, sheet flowing towards the wetlands on the right-hand side. Located in the back corner is our stormwater basin to handle on this side. Proportionally, it's larger because we have more lots on this side, but we are putting the same controls on this side that we were best management practices that we were doing on that side. So the basin will have a forebay. It'll have a water quality chamber prior to it, similar planting plan with the herbaceous plugs and the wildlife conservation mix. And then we also have a level spreader for discharge. On this one, we also have those, we have 4 lots that have the 25-foot buffer located on them. 2 of the lots over by the detention basin, frankly, barely have the 25-foot. I think we only, actually one lot has 1 marker and the other lot might have 2 markers. But there's 4 lots out of the 18 lots that have the 25-foot on it. Next slide. Once again, here's an erosion or our utility and grading plan, and your 150-foot upland review area superimposed on that and highlighted for your information. And as I said, the stormwater includes both 4-foot sumps on the catch basins. Then we have a water quality or a swirl concentrated located just off the cul-de-sac for easy maintenance. That will be discharged into the basin, which has a sediment forebay, and then that overflows into the larger basin. So we think this kind of treatment train of additional features going down there will provide water quality. And then the basin itself will have the DEP first flush retention. Next slide. And once again, similar erosion controls. Once again, we were able to locate these sediment traps outside of the stormwater basin. One thing we would bring to your attention, and we put a note on the plans, this project is real. Both sides of the project are attempted to be close to a balance site. So we have a cut to fill, and the lots will be graded out with the overall road construction. But we put a note on the plans that if a lot or a home is not going to be built within 30 days of completion of mass earthwork, the lots need to be fully sprayed with a bonded fiber matrix or equal. And that's it essentially puts a crust. It's basically a sprayed erosion control blanket that it puts a crust over the lot. And so it'll be fully stabilized. And then when that lot is ready to be developed, it can be developed individually. But the intent is to we really need to kind of do the earthwork on the lots to balance and build the road on the lower side. Next slide. As I indicated, we have worked with our team to come up with some best management practices. And this is a photograph of just off the website, but it's basically it's a permanent exclusionary fence that would be wrapped around these stormwater basins. And that's because sometimes these stormwater basins, if they hold water even for a short period of time, they are sometimes seen as decoys. So by putting this fence around that basically keeps those species out of there, we have presented this fence to this commission before in other applications. Next slide. And as I said, we are looking to put permanent markers anywhere we're within anytime we're within 25 feet of a wetland on a lot. This is a project that the carriers have built over in Cromwell. These were more conservation easements, but the similar approach would be, and they're expected to be, these are very permanent. The carriers believe that these are much more appropriate than trying to nail it to a tree and then finding out the tree dies and then the marker goes away. So this has been very successfully used in other locations. Next slide. We have made some revisions to the plan since we presented to you, this commission, before. And one of the things we worked together was how can we pull back some of the property lines and make some adjustments to one, and maybe decrease the amount of wetlands that fall on individual lots, and then also increase open space. On this slide, you'll see there's the 3 green areas are land that we took out of the lots and then put into the open space. And then also the lot that has the long driveway, we actually slid that driveway over, and initially that driveway was falling within 25 feet of wetlands. By doing that shift over, we were able to get that away. Next slide. On the west side, we were able to pull back the property lines even in these 3 areas. And I think one important area is on the lower right, that was pulling the property line back outside and giving more buffer to the vernal pool, which will be spoken about later. But ultimately, these 6 green additional spaces resulted in an additional 57,000 square feet of land to be put into the open space area. And we took approximately 24,000 square feet of wetland off individual lots. Next slide. And one thing we did, so early on when we were working with the carriers, we did explore a conventional subdivision. And that's also required as part of the zoning application to show that the density is the same. And this is a conventional subdivision that shows 25 lots. And but at that time, we working with the carriers, it was thought that instead of kind of developing that, what you'll see up in that upper part, that was a cul-de-sac that was coming off the city of Bristol's land. That's a pretty large upland, I guess, island in the wetland corridor. Beyond that, there was logistics in terms of how do school buses, snow plows, trash, how does that go through the city of Bristol and into the town of Farmington? While those things have logistically been worked out in other towns, we approached this and looked at the cluster regulations and said, could we find a way where we didn't develop that area at all and then put the same type of density down at Maria Road? And I think if you look at this plan, the ultimate footprints of the 2 cluster subdivisions are generally still within the same footprints you're going to see on this one. The only difference is on the eastern side, we just did frontage lots and didn't have a road there. And I think this is important due to that. Next slide. And one thing we owed you was we had a NDDB letter that we sent out actually before we even started work, and it was just a preliminary letter. And I believe that got into the commission's hands after our meeting. So we went back and got an updated letter from the NDDB. And at that point, we really didn't have a plan. This time we were able to provide the DEP with more information about the particular job. And they came back with basically 3 species that we weren't surprised about. They're species actually that we had known about. And I think they might be the same species that were in the original NDB letter. But I would like to bring to the commission that the NDB did go on to say that so to read, it says, we concur with your plan to set aside 42 acres on 8517. What we probably didn't tell them that at that point was beyond the 42 acres, we're also encumbering an additional 26 acres in an additional open space. So ultimately, we're proposing 66 acres of open space, which is about 75% of the overall land. And obviously, it's our intent to donate that land to the town of Farmington, but the logistics are and the legal wrangling of that, I'll leave to Chris Hoeb. But I would like to point the commission is the statement that says your placement of the development confining it to 13.5 acres of the 45-acre lot and including specialized stormwater management will also help minimize the impacts to the most sensitive habitats for these species. Additionally, we concur with your proposed species protection measures during the construction to minimize accidental collisions with the wildlife species in the work zone. And then they went ahead and restated the protection measures that we proposed. And those are the same protection measures that they were on the plans I showed you a little while ago. Next slide. With that, I'm going to transfer it over to Jim McManus to present his wetland delineation. Thank you.
Good evening, all. Jim McManus, Certified Professional Soil Scientist with JMM Wetland Consulting Services, offices in Newtown, Connecticut. Next slide. I'm just going to hold that slide for a minute. I'll start off with, I delineated the wetlands, or I visited the site a number of times in 2021, May, August, and September. I concentrated most of my delineation on the eastern side. And the reason for that was we didn't see a lot of flagging from the previous delineator, which was David Lord. And so it was in the site, as the folks that were on the site walk, you remember how that site was sort of thick with vegetation and barberry and sort of disturbed. So I decided that I think we're just going to redelineate that site. And then on the western side, I just spent one day in May reviewing Mr. Lord's delineation. And if you recall from the site walk, it was a much more open canopy or understory, I should say. And there was more flags to be seen. And I was spot checking and I felt that Mr. Lord did a nice job there. So I didn't reflag that side. I just spot checked and reviewed his boundary and found it to be substantially correct. I just wanted to lay that out. But the eastern side, I did delineate. So in both clusters, the east and west side, we do have wooded swamps with, and what divides those is a large swamp in an open marshy area, which is the Scott Swamp Brook. Let's see. Oh, I did spend one more site visit in March where we viewed the east and west sides for any vernal pools or any vernal pool habitats. And we did find one, but I'm going to hold off on that discussion as we did have an additional site visit after the March one, and Mr. Logan, who's coming up in a minute, has a detailed report, and he'll discuss all those findings and what he found there. We did do a functional value assessment of the wetlands, which includes Scott Swamp Brook, and no surprise that Scott Swamp Brook itself has 7 principal functions. However, the 2 areas to the left and to the right of them, east and west, have less principal functions. Their functionality has been diminished mainly due to agricultural practices in the past, invasive species, especially on the eastern side, many miscellaneous soil disturbances. If you recall from the site visit, there was fill piles and little excavated areas for who knows what, and one thing we didn't see because it was further, it's not on the project site, but there's a dug ditch water course that I delineated as part of the delineation, but it's not in the, we didn't review it because it's not part of the proposal. And then on the western side, it was much less disturbed in my opinion. I mean, yes, it's been agricultured, but a little bit different feel of the site, and mainly due, if you recall how much standing water was on the eastern side. It was interesting. The soil types have just on the east and west side are different. On the east side, I know we had agricultural and other disturbances, but the soils were a little bit denser, a little bit more silty, a little bit more finer textured, and we saw that. some of the ponding areas that we noted, and which are probably gone now since the trees have leafed out. And we didn't see that on the western side as much or at all, really due to the outwash sediments probably kind of swinging into that part from the Scott Swamp Brook wetland. And also, I think the soils were much sandier. And we noted that drastic change in the amount of water that was standing and just the feel, which I thought was interesting. As a soil scientist, we get charged up about things like that. So nevertheless, it is part of the Scott Swamp Brook, so all the functions are a little bit elevated. However, the most valuable functions, if you will, are associated with Scott Swamp Brook, which we're not encroaching on. As was mentioned earlier, we do not propose any direct impacts. However, we did take a look at short and long-term impacts. Short-term, we usually deal with construction, while long-term impacts deal with water quality and habitat impacts. So we have no direct. So we look at, the first thing we look at for short and long-term impacts is erosion and sediment control. If we have an erosion into a wetland, that could present an impact. Tom went through and did you notice our robust erosion and control plan. The soils on the site are only moderately erosive, and it's not a lot of slope out there. So it's our opinion that we're not going to have, with diligent monitoring during construction, we don't anticipate any impacts to wetlands in that regard. Another thing we look at is vegetative loss or habitat loss to vegetative removal. We did the best we could with limits of clearing. I mean, I bring into the fact that we moved some property boundaries. So by the vernal pool, which is in the southeastern corner of that western portion, now that we have a property boundary, you can't, as you folks know, I mean, sometimes you'll have property boundary and the landowner might get excited and say, I want to expand my lawn a little bit. Well, he can't do that anymore, because if he does, now he's going to be in a conservation area, and that has its own rules and regulations. So we've actually moved the property boundary so we can actually save more trees and also keep the 100-foot envelope of the vernal pool intact. So we've done our best we can. Of course, it is a cluster development. We do have a sizable acreage that will not be impacted by any tree removal or any development in that regard. The hydrology and stream flow, we're not impacting any of that. We have no interest in that, and there's no diversion of surface water, and the ones in the area that we do, which is the roadways, they're going to pass through a best management practice that Tom just went through, and then discharge back into the wetlands. Again, with water quality impacts, Tom went through the formal stormwater system design, and we're certainly not going to anticipate any impacts from runoff coming from the developable areas. So it's our conclusion that with diligent monitoring, obviously during the construction phase, we're not anticipating any short or long-term adverse direct impacts to wetlands with this proposed development. And next slide, we can just scroll through a few pictures. You guys remember, if folks who weren't on the site walk, you can kind of get a sense of it. Next slide. That's a picture, the bottom picture there, number 4 is actually Scott Swamp Brook. The one above it is the eastern development with lots of things growing. Next slide. Again, some more pictures of various wetlands on the site, east and west, and Scott Swamp Brook. Next. Good, thank you. And I'll pass this over to George.
So the baton has been passed to me. Good evening, everyone. For the record, this is George Logan, REMA Ecological Services. You folks know my qualifications, been before this commission quite a few times, but for the record, for people that might not know me that are part of the public, I hold a master's degree in natural resources science, concentration in conservation biology. I've been working in this field since 1988, so that's about 34 years. And I hold several certifications as a soil scientist, which I'm not using today, as a certified wetland scientist, as a wildlife biologist, and also I'm certified as a senior ecologist through the Ecological Society of America. My role was initially to assist Mr. McManus to review both east and west development areas in the vicinity for the potential presence of any vernal pools, whether they're classic or they're embedded or cryptic. And that's what we did initially on March 24th, as Jim alluded to. And those initial results were a part of his report, the March 31st report. At that point, what we saw, and it was early in the season, we usually like to get out there as early as we can because from year to year things change. Weather patterns are such that amphibians might move a little earlier. So we did that, and at that point, and if I go to the next slide, maybe that will give us a visual. Let's see. Here we go. So I'm going to be talking about this plant for a while, and I'll explain what this shows. So we found one, we call it an embedded vernal pool. If you can think of a traditional or classic vernal pool, it's basically a seasonally flooded depression in the middle of a forest, and it's basically isolated and doesn't really have associated wetlands with it to much extent, and I'm sure you're all familiar with those. This particular one is embedded because the wetland is a lot larger than the actual area that we're calling a suitable vernal pool habitat for breeding purposes of obligate amphibians. And by the way, for those who might not know, these are seasonally flooded areas. They retain water depending on the species that use them. Through sometimes into late July, early August, again, depending on how deep they are and how much water they can actually retain. This one, initially, we thought it was about 3,500 square feet. And as I'll tell you a little later, it ended up being slightly larger based on a second site visit that we did. At the first time, we saw in one location 16 wood frog egg masses. And that's one of the ways that we survey vernal pools to sort of figure out what their productivity might be. We also will dip net, we'll do some cover searching in the area, but that's basically the primary way of figuring out the productivity, the abundance, and the diversity of a vernal pool without, say, exacting too much effort, but it's pretty accurate. So that's what we found in March. And then we returned to the habitat, or I should say I returned to the habitat on April 13th, 2022, and went to the same place we'd seen the wood frogs egg masses before. And lo and behold, I had a large raft. And when we say a raft, we mean this is a cluster, if you will, of wood frog egg masses. They're all in one spot. They're connected to one another. There's several ecological reasons for that. I won't get into it. In Norway, wood frogs will do that. There's certain advantages to them being able to quickly metamorphose and get out of the pool. So we saw that. There's about 80 plus. It was hard to completely distinguish, but I would say it was at least 80 egg masses at that point. And I would say that they were all in process of hatching. You'll see some photographs of that in a little bit. And whereas in the beginning, in the March 2022 first survey, we had about 8 to 10 inches of water. And I always like to get an estimate of what the water level is there, because in some of these, especially embedded situations, the water depth is critical because with the evapotranspiration and the leaf out that's happening, these swamps can quickly, the water level can go down, and that obviously affects reproduction of vernal pool obligates. And I'll talk about the other obligate species that we found at that time, and that's spotted salamanders. Everyone's familiar with those 8 to 9 to 10 to 11 inches sometimes for the larger ones, salamanders with the psychedelic polka dots, the yellow dots, and we call it spotted salamanders. So we found 7 of those, and those were, if you can, Bruce, if you can enlarge this right at the, where the vernal pool area is, and so you see an original little area that we saw the egg masses, and that's just an area that we kind of flagged out originally because that's where we saw the wood frogs, and that's where we found them again. But then when I went out there the last time, and what I discovered is that the spotted salamanders were about 25 feet in the right, exactly in that location. The water level is there, 67 inches. The 7 egg masses that we saw there were what we call free floating. Very often spotted salamanders like to attach. I should say most often spotted salamanders, when they breed and they deposit their eggs, like to attach, especially if the water is deeper, because they don't want the egg mass to sort of fall all the way, if you will, down to 2 feet of water into muck or in the darkness. They want them to be as far up as possible, because one of the things that we know about spotted salamanders is if you, especially if you look at them as the spotted salamander egg masses start going through the process to hatching, you start seeing that they're turning green, especially within the egg itself. And those are algae that are in the egg mass, which actually provides some initial nutrients to the little hatchling as it comes out, which is great. So those have to be higher up in order to take advantage of sunlight. That's the other reason why the attachment happens. But anyhow, in this case, they don't do that because the water is already pretty shallow, 67 inches at that time. And we discovered that, altogether, this was about 4,000 square feet of a vernal pool habitat, suitable habitat. And you say to me, well, George, how do you know? What about the rest of the swamp? Are there other areas that are also flooded? And it's a judgment call, where we get to a point where at the edge where the water is, say, less than 3 or 4 inches. We very rarely see any deposition there, and those are the areas that quickly will dry out anyhow. So that's kind of how we were able to figure out where the edge of the suitable habitat is. So anyhow, a lot to say about that. So in our initial assessment, when Jim and I looked at this vernal pool habitat back on March, we said, okay, so we have, we can still call this, we don't have 25 egg masses yet, but we might in the future. So we'll call this a tier 1 vernal pool habitat. That's based on the Calhoun and Clements methodology in 2002, which is also known as the BDP, or the best development practices. But we said that this is most likely a wood frog only vernal pool habitat. Now, the discovery of the spotted salamanders doesn't really change the assessment at all. And there are several reasons for that. First of all, in the grand scheme of things, from now I have probably inventoried and surveyed 150 to 200 vernal pools over the last, say, 25 years when people started talking about them a little more. This is a very small population of spotted salamanders in comparison to, say, the wood frogs. Second, in this kinds of situations, the flooded swamp gives a really clear advantage to the breeding of wood frogs. Again, they all congregate in one place, and one of the reasons where they congregate in one place is because they basically and if you look at the egg masses, you will see that they're darker. They're able to absorb sunlight. And if you're all in one place and not isolated, that happens a lot faster. The temperatures will increase. And as the temperature increases, metamorphosis happens a lot quicker. And so wood frogs are able to do that, especially when there's a big egg raft, and get out of the pool quickly. And they can do that probably by June. By early June, they'll all be out and you'll have little froglets jumping all over the place. Not so much with salamanders. Salamanders, the earlier they get out, according to several studies, and I've referenced a bunch on the report, is no earlier than July. And very often it's late July, even early August, for them to metamorphose and be able to leave their natal breeding habitat. So this is basically, in my view, because of that, and as soon as now, even now, as I'm looking out the window here, even in a few days that I've been looking out the window, all the leaf out, especially with the trees is gone, has happened. So now there's all this water that was there in this vernal pool habitat is being sucked out. The shrubs, the emergent wetland plants are also doing the same thing. So very soon the water level is going to go even down, further down, and those 7 egg masses will probably be stranded in all likelihood. Now, I know what you might think is, yes, we have not had a lot of water lately, so I'm not, rainfall that is, but I'm not looking just as that. I'm just looking at the general habitat here. So I think this is what we call an ecological sink as far as spotted salamanders are concerned, which need the water into July in order to metamorphose, or a decoy pool for that species. So let's talk a little bit about the future of this vernal pool and its population of wood frogs, mostly. So the first thing that we usually look, and I'm putting now my wetland scientist hat, is to look at it from a purely potential impacts to this resource, to see if there'd be a potential for a significant impact or adverse impact. The thing that you see right there is that the vernal pool envelope, which is indicated by the limit of clearing over there, the green line, is far enough from the vernal pool itself, but also from 25 feet from the wetland, I understand. I said 20 in my report, but I stand corrected. 25 is the magic number. So from a potential, like Jim talked about, potential short-term impacts from erosion sedimentation, we do not have an issue here. That's well protected. And then the other two potential physical impacts that we look at, both for the wetland and the embedded vernal pool, which is part of the habitat to be protected, is, will we change its hydrology? And the answer is no. Will we change its water quality? And the answer is no. So just from a purely potential wetland impacts to this habitat, there is no potential for an adverse impact. So now I take off that hat and I put on the ecologist hat. So I got to look at it from just a purely ecological perspective. The first thing that you've probably heard many, many times before by people like myself that do these surveys is the VPE, or the vernal pool envelope, is a critical area. And that's 100 feet from the edge of the pool, because that's the area that, well, have two things happen. On the way in, that's the staging area for the amphibians, in this case, the wood frogs, to come into the pool. And that happens over a number of days. And also, when they've reproduced and metamorphosed and they turn into little froglets and they're ready to leave the pool, then we need to give them enough space, enough area for them to be able to have that transition time when they're starting to move out. And that 100-footer is extremely important. So that's protected, as you can see here. That's the, I believe, the green line that you see there, the vernal pool envelope. So that's important. Now, the other thing that you've also heard many, many times before is another metric that's used as far as the conservation of vernal pools is what we call the critical terrestrial habitat, or CTH. And that's the radius, if you will, that goes out 750 feet from the edge of the pool. And typically that encompasses 40 plus acres. So that's a significant amount of area. And we've used that quite often, especially if we don't have specific information like we do in this particular case, exactly what's happening here, what the obligate species, that's the primary species here, and really the only one that reproduces, in my opinion. So what the CTH recommendation has been, based on the Calhoun-Clemens methodology, which has been commonly adapted, not just by our state, but also federal agencies, other states, Maine, New Hampshire, and so on and so forth, is that the goal is, in order to have a pool that is a tier 1, which is the one that's to be, that needs to be conserved, is that we need less than 25% of that 750 acres to be able to remain undeveloped, to serve as a critical terrestrial habitat for the vernal pool species. So manicured lawn, pavement should not be considered as being part of the kind of habitat that these critters need during the terrestrial phase, because they only spend a few days, if that, within the pearl pool, and then they start radiating out into the upland environment or the environments around them. What we found out is a couple of things. First of all, we found that the CTH, the 750-foot radius, is quite skewed in order to conserve spotted salamanders, which indeed do that. They radiate. They're typically closer to the vernal pool habitat. And so that recommendation for the critical terrestrial habitat is really skewed towards conservation of salamanders and not to wood frog conservation. One of the things we know, and I've may put some references there in the report, is that wood frogs are known to travel greater distances than spotted salamanders. That's one thing that we know. The other thing that we know is that there are many studies that have happened, especially after the PDP was developed, which showed that wood frogs tend to use other types of habitats. They use most moist lowland forests. They use forested swamps like the ones we have here. And that happens during the summer period and into fall, into the early portion of the fall. And they only start radiating out into the more, say, less moist areas, upland areas, in the late fall and the winter months for overwintering or for hibernation. And the other things that we found out is that for conservation purposes for wood frog pools, the connectivity between these types of habitats, between forested swamps, other pools, other upland areas, isolated upland areas that might be further away than 750 feet, is quite important. So that's one of the reasons why you did not see me including my reported discussion of the 750-foot radius, because this is only a wood frog vernal pool. If it was a spotted salamander vernal pool also with a robust population of spotted salamanders, I would have been singing a different tune and I would have also introduced that. So that's the big difference here. So one of the things that I did is, even though Jim and I and myself, we didn't go out and look for other potential breeding habitats within the swamp, they are, I'm sure, there. And I say that from my review, from doing some remote sensing review of a bunch of aerial photographs, obviously all online in different sites. And what I discovered was there's a circuit of water courses that come down, especially from the west, into the larger swamp, which is to the north of this western cluster, development cluster. And if you look carefully, and I also looked at some topography, the one for topography that Connecticut Connecticut Environmental Condition Line provide is that there are some upland islands. Now, when I say upland islands, that means they're not seasonally flooded. Now, they probably are either moderately well drained or they're just seasonally saturated, and they don't show to be flooded. And those are areas that the wood frogs can actually use during the hibernation period. And I've actually found hibernating wood frogs, which is usually not a good thing to disturb them because they can die from just a diabetic shock if you disturb them. I found them in leaf masses on trees within swamps. So if there's a good microtopography and you have a tree that's rising out of sort of a mound, if you will, rising out of the swamp. So this is an area that's not flooded. And you have a nice leaf pack, if you will, you can find a wood frog in there. So they can utilize those areas. And certainly they would utilize on the upland islands. And then the other thing too that's interesting in this particular case, which I'm very glad about. And remember I said that wood frogs will travel easily a quarter mile to a half a mile. And think about it, they're much more mobile than spotted salamanders. So they're known to do that. And so we have an open space here, which is being dedicated. This the 40 acres, of which about 20 acres or so, about half, is that upland area that you saw up there in the top, which is going to be conserved. And that's within about 1,300 or so feet of the vernal pool, so a quarter mile. Perfect area. So not only do we have areas for critical habitat for the wood frogs within the swamp itself, but also in that one area that's further up. And then if you look to the west in Bristol, there's also some slopey wooded areas there that would also probably be perfect habitat for the wooded frogs for the terrestrial phase. So the other thing that I put in my report, and you probably saw a quote from Dr. Clemens, that we did some work on the preserve, which is that very large 1,000 acre property in Old Saybrook, Westbrook, and Essex that was actually preserved, as the name would call it, not after a little bit of a fight. And I quoted one of the things that he said, which he said suboptimal. And this is for vernal pools that were tier 1 that have both spotted salamanders and wood frog populations. And he basically said that to be optimally conserved, he would go with a 25-foot CTH. And this is not wood frog only, this is for both species, if you will, the mole salamanders and the wood frogs. And then conserve would be, you could have 50% of the CTH developed and still conserve a vernal pool, not just a wood frog vernal pool, but a vernal pool that has also spotted salamanders. And in my experience, and you know, if time allowed, and I'm not going to do it today, unless you ask me, and I could provide that, I've probably have at least 2 examples of vernal pools that are wood frog only. There was one in Southington that I reviewed many years ago. Just a tremendous amount of wood frog population. But if you looked at their CTHs, either critical terrestrial habitat, they were much less than 50% preserved. And the reason for that was the connectivity between other vernal pool habitats and corridors through wooded swamps and so on that allowed for this amazing diversity and abundance of species. So all that to say, to come to my conclusion, that in my view, especially with preservation of the VP, the vernal pool envelope, that this vernal pool, which is a wood frog pool, will be conserved, even from an ecological perspective. And I think I want to show you a few photographs and then I'll cease and desist. So Bruce, if you want to kind of scroll through some of my photographs quickly, since we have them here. I don't know if you can increase it by 50%. There we go. So that's during April 13th. The arrow shows where, and we saw it when we were on the sidewalk where the raft is. You can go to the next one. This is actually when we were there. I think this is in 4:30 during the sidewalk. And believe it or not, that's basically where the egg mass raft was. You can go to the next one. Again, just another view of where we found the egg masses. Okay, go to the next one. What you will see is that they were in the process of hatching. Here's the little dots that you see there are larvae, tadpoles. Okay, you can go to the next one, and these are kind of swimming around. And remember, we caught a few when we were on the sidewalk. And if you look closely there, you can see just a whole bunch of the hatchwood frog larvae. All these little dark gray ones. Okay, let's go to the next. These are 2 of the 7 spotted salamander egg masses, and you can see this is shallow water, and they're just laying there. They're not attached to anything. And I believe that, unfortunately, these will not make it to reproduction this year or any normal year. Next photo. Again, this is where the spotted salamander egg masses were. So this is why we expanded our vernal pool, if you will, the size of it, make it 4,000 square feet. Next one, please. Okay, this is, go down a little bit. So this is important. So this is a picture when we were out there on the sidewalk. This is probably one of the 2 closest flags to lots 21 and 22, I believe. And you can't even see the vernal pool habitat, which is 100 feet away from there. And the next one will show you, oops, I guess the next one. You can barely see it, but I'm pointing to the wetland flag. And right here is where basically it's going to be the clearing. So you're going to have 25 feet to that flag and then further in. I think I'll just stop here because the time is going by, and then there's probably some people that need to speak, but this is just a scenic view of the Scott Swamp Brook. So in conclusion, both from a physical impact perspective to wetland community and ecological perspective, my professional opinion is that this wood frog breeding pool is going to be conserved. Thank you.
Thank you, George. Tom?
Next slide, Bruce. So Chris, I think this is either I can do it or you can do it, Chris. But one of the important things we want to do is show this is the town of Farmington's GIS, and showing what we believe to be is a strong linkage to existing open space. Clearly the town has kind of grabbed some pieces to the north to protect Scott Swamp, and when we embarked on this design and went with the cluster approach, this was also one of the reasons we went with the cluster and why we're proposing open space. Next. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Chris for any final comments.
All set, Tom?
Yes, all set. Thank you.
Okay, great. So I want to just quickly cover some of the precautions and methods to safeguard the wetlands and reduce any impact. And of course, first and foremost is the after construction, the association and closing documents, and we're prepared to further work with staff or the town attorney and craft language within the documents so the successors in interest will be aware of the importance of conservation in the area. We think it's very important that we have clear delineation of the lot configurations, and in furtherance of that, we're proposing permanent post locations with medallions. Johnny talked to staff about the construction. They will not be removed by most homeowners. That would be impossible because they're going to be set into the ground. They're really heavy duty, and they'll include a medallion. And we, in discussions with town staff, it was my understanding, and Bruce will tell me if I'm incorrect, that since the use of these clear medallions, the infractions of successors in interest have declined, that there's more awareness. And again, maybe I misunderstood that, but I thought that was what staff was saying. And so somewhere we have a slide, and I think you've already seen it with the medallion and the post, and we can work as to frequency and location with staff. And we also thought it might be a good idea in closing documents to provide information to successor unit owners about education and knowledge about the area and the protections of the wetlands and the uplands areas. And that would be an informal document, but we're trying to be creative and work sort of outside of the box besides standard documents. But we think that obviously through construction, we'll be fine. The carriers are, this will make Johnny blush, but they're exceptional builders, and they're familiar with buildings in tighter areas, and they have this great reputation, and they're committed to the community. So I'm not really worried about the construction part. It would be natural for commission members to say, well, down the road, you know, we know that homeowners fill in yards and they expand their yard, and and that is true. That has historically been true. But we think with the precautions we're taking and the posts and the signs, the actual deed, certainly enforcement will be easier, but I think you'll have less enforcement because the homeowners will be empowered with more knowledge and more information. So I just wanted to kind of quickly address that. And at some point, I think we should just have a brief discussion about the standards in your review. You know it probably much better than most. These are your regulations. Section 8 refers to Connecticut General Statute 22A41, which talks about the considerations. And it's important that you cite that there's no feasible and prudent alternative, which is defined in your definitional section. And so I just think it's important that I incorporate that in the record. If you want me to read through it through a question, I'll certainly do that. But I think we have met the standards through the testimony and through the great help of staff, and that's Shannon and Bruce and Russ. I think we've developed a really tight plan and accomplished the purpose of a cluster. We've freed up an excessive amount of open space, and we feel very good about the application. So at this point, I think unless Johnny, you have anything else you want to add, or Tom, I'd like to turn it over to the commission for questions, and we'll go from there.
I'm all set, Chris.
Thank you.
Nothing to add, Chris, unless there's a direct question.
Great. Mr. Chairman, on you.
All right, thank you. Shannon or Bruce, are there a lot of people on attending that want to speak?
Let's see, we've got 36 attendees. I'm not sure which applications they're here for, but.
Because what I'm wondering is whether or not we want to let the public go ahead and make whatever statements they have and then come back to the commission members.
It's up to you. I mean, unless you want to pull the commissioners quick, see if they have any initial comments, and then we can go there.
I've done it before too, because there's a lot of other business going on tonight too that we need to get to.
Okay.
I don't want to shortchange anybody on their applications. I mean, I guess we'll just stick with the agenda, then we'll just go through with commission members. So Ned, you get the lucky one to start tonight. If you have any questions, comments, issues.
Yeah, thank you very much for the presentation. It's very thorough. I know that you settled on a 25-foot buffer for the majority of the project to the wetlands. I think usually we see something a little larger than that. I know there's been times where we have asked, people to move house a little bit this way or that way and try and get to keep it out of the 150-foot upland review area. And we can't do that here because a large, vast majority of this project is within the 150-foot review area. So I guess I would ask, where did you come up with the 25-foot as a buffer zone? I guess to the engineer.
It was to the commission member. I wouldn't say it was a magical distance, but it seemed appropriate considering we were focusing on a cluster subdivision. So these are reduced size lot areas. But we really worked with the carriers to one. We believe that we've developed lots that are real. I mean, we're showing real houses on them. We're showing real backyards. We're really showing real side yards. But it was a design standard that we came out that we felt that the 25-foot was the starting point. So many lots we have more than 25 feet, but that was really a minimum we were trying to go with, understanding that that would provide enough vegetated buffer to the wetland edge.
Okay. And I don't know, it might be a silly question, but to George or Jim, we saw beaver out there. Does DEEP have any recommendations as to what, having beaver habitat in the area? Is there any protections or any requirements that you have to undertake?
Is the question, this is George Logan for the record, is the question?
I said either George or Jim.
Yes. So is the question, is the presence of the beaver potentially do we need to take any precautions to protect the beaver and its habitat?
Yes.
Not really. The beavers are pretty industrious. They've been in that particular habitat for several generations, and they've actually probably diversified it by raising the water level there at the culvert, which we know that it was a little on the higher side when we were out there. We saw the beaver, as you recall.
Yes.
So no, I don't think so. I think they are pretty resilient and industrious. They're not going to be impacted in any way by this development.
Okay. That's all I have for now. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Ned. Mark?
I have a question about the Vernal pool. When I was reading the report, it did mention that it was very close to the road. Is there, we worry about this development and what's going on with the development, how it impacted. Is being close to the road and any type of chemicals that put down the road, would that be impacting this vernal pool, and would it be harmful to anything that's trying to reproduce in it?
So is the question well, obviously under existing, this is George Logan for the record, under existing conditions, we have Maria Road there, and it has a certain traffic load, if you will. Is the question, will any additional traffic load here have a detrimental impact to any of the critters that are moving across the road?
Probably more concerned, I'm concerned about contamination into that water, into that vernal pool.
Actually, if there is any contamination whatsoever, it would have been by one of the things that we saw is we saw a few grass clippings and leaf packs that were probably put there from across the street. It really hasn't created any problem because again, these critters are pretty resilient. And I did not see any direct, if you will, overflow from the road into the wetlands. So that's not happening now, and obviously won't happen in the future based on all the best management practices that have been placed there, and they were discussed by Tom Daly. So I think that the water quality of it, as I mentioned earlier, is well protected for the vernal pool.
No questions at this time. No further questions.
Thanks, Mark. Neil?
I don't have anything at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Robert?
I don't have any specific questions. I'll just make a comment that I think use of the cluster development is about balancing. So while we have already talked a little bit about whether a 25-foot buffer area is adequate, and I think the number of houses that are in the 150-foot buffer zone is clearly more than we typically see. The balance is the preservation and open space of 60 acres and 75% of the property. So I think that's really what we're going to have to evaluate. I think based on the information presented thus far, I think the cluster development is the preferred path, and it probably does meet the no other more feasible and prudent alternative. We did see from the applicant a schematic design using a traditional development, which in my opinion would overall have more impact. So I think Attorney Ho touched on a really important aspect that should this be approved, there would need to be care in the development of the lots, but also the care in the education and closing documents to try and convey that need to protect the wetlands in the sensitive areas to future owners. So again, no questions. My last comment is I do think in addition to the plan that was devised to protect the vernal pool, it would be good to see George Logan perhaps develop a plan for habitat enhancement. So I think the work was already done on what can be done to protect the vernal pool, but given the proximity and the number of houses just outside of that critical envelope area that Mr. Logan talked about, it would be nice to see if there are recommendations for a habitat enhancement plan during the construction phase, but also, once should the property be developed once those houses are occupied. Those are the end of my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Robert. Dave?
No questions at this time.
Okay, Emily?
I'm interested, and I was looking through all the SharePoint files, and I might have just missed this. But I'm interested in curb height along the roads, and if that's going to have anything, any likelihood of flooding the roads. Or I guess you handled that in the 100-year storm forecast, but.
Yeah, so we, for the record, Tom Daly,
Thanks, Tom.
well, these are private roads. We are
Yeah.
still trying to mimic the town road standard.
Okay.
So in terms of thickness of pavement and those type of things, so it's a 6-inch curb
Okay.
do that. But the 100-year storm would go into the drainage inlets and be directed down to the stormwater basin and not overflow.
Okay, thank you very much, Tom.
Thank you.
Was that it, Emily?
That was it.
Okay. Okay, I guess it's me. I have some general questions I'd like to ask. Tom, you're probably going to be the one to answer this one. But I'm just curious on the hydrologic soil group, the map that was provided, I didn't see anything that specifically identified which soils were wetlands. Do you have that information as to which soils are specifically identified as wetland soils? I mean, I'm assuming it's a D, but.
In terms of the hydraulic modeling,
Yeah.
We probably didn't identify it because we're not going into the wetlands. So, but I can get back to you and see, maybe we'll go through and I'll check the drainage report and I'll get back to you on that.
Yeah, the only reason I'm asking is because you've got the soils map that shows some different areas, and you've got Scott Swamp Brook running through several different types of categories.
Yeah.
I'm just, again, just trying to get a better handle
Yeah.
on which one of those are actually defined as wetland soils.
Yeah, and at least for the hydraulic analysis, we really kind of excluded Scott Swamp, and we simply just looked at 2 analysis points on the 2 small areas and showed we had 0 net increase at those 2 locations. But I would assume in terms of the soil survey, yeah, the whole central area is defined as wetlands on the soil survey. But let me check that and I'll get back to you.
Okay. This is probably getting into the weeds a little bit. On map SE-1, there's a statement, and again, you had mentioned this, and it's also based on the deep letter from the Natural Diversity Database. It said avoid work in wetlands in 100-year floodplain to water courses. So I'm looking at it, and there's a note in map GU-2 that says the 100-year flood compensation total out 54 plus or minus cubic acres, cubic feet, I guess, and then total fill plus or minus 23 cubic feet. So it sounds like on one hand, you're saying you're not going to be doing any work within the 100-year flood elevation area, but yet on another plan, you've got notes that contradict that. So can you clarify that for me?
Sure, and that being said, I admit that the notes came in, the DEP letter came in after. We have a very small area of the detention basin that falls within the 100-year flood. So it's just a temporary disturbance associated with that work. So it's a tiny, maybe Bruce will show it. So just that tiny little corner there is in the floodplain. So I think we've minimized it to a very high extent.
And then in the plans, I didn't really look for it, so I'll just ask in general. In terms of, assuming if this is approved, in terms of when during the course of the year that you would be proposing to do that work, is it pretty much going to be summer related so that you're trying to get into the driest part of the year to get in and get out for that work?
You know, it's hard to tell. We clearly, this is a site where, well, the commission walk it. This is not a site you're going to get out there in early spring. You're going to want it to dry out, or it could be late fall when things dry out. But there's clearly, there's a time in the spring where you're going to make more of a mess. And I think Johnny can create. This job is well suited for. Now we still have to go get planning and zoning approval and work through that whole process on there. But I think unless we had a dry spring, but this would be definitely a situation where we would want the site to dry out before we got on the site.
Yeah, I mean, I would just feel a little bit better that if there was some kind of a language to that effect, especially in that area that you're talking about.
Sure. Down in that lower corner there. Sure.
Yeah.
Yep.
I've got some general questions about some of the development as it relates to the test pit logs. So bear with me on some of that stuff. So for example, like test pit number 8. I mean, it looks as though, if I'm reading this correctly, water was found at about 7 feet below the surface. So I'm trying to look at the map, and I'm assuming, you know, based on standard protocol, the little cross with the number next to it, that's going to reference what the actual field elevation was at that spot. Is that correct?
On the test pit logs?
Well, you've got the test pit location.
Yes, no, yes.
On the map.
Correct. We showed in the locations.
Mark with an elevation, and that to me represents a spot elevation.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
So what I'm looking at on this one, so for example, with test pit 8, lot 25, the front driveway, it's like an elevation of 307.
Yep.
Lot 24, 306, lot 23, 3049. You're getting into now the catch basin CCB 15, which is between lots 23 and 24. Top of frame elevation 3053. The invert is 299.5. And you're also talking about at least a 4-foot sump. So I guess part of my question is, if you're running into seasonal high water in some of these areas for the installation of whether it's a culvert or a sanitary sewer, are there any special precautions that need to be taken at that point in time?
Yes, that's a great question. So one, we believe this to be a perched water table. So if you see the test pit logs, you can see the digging got harder as we went down. Now, that being said, we admit that we had actually one of those mini excavators when we did test pits because we didn't want to make real mess of the site. So some of the areas you may see refusal, it's refusal because the equipment was so small. So we think it's a perched water table to the point where once we start putting infrastructure in, we think we're going to dewater a lot of these areas. But typical road construction is if you do hit groundwater when you're building the road, you put under drains on the side of the road to dewater the road. So we will be picking that up. So because you don't want a soft base under the road and let it be weak. So so there's some construction management. The other thing is how do we manage the stormwater or the groundwater while we're doing construction? So typically you'll do is if you have to put a pump in to dewater it, that goes to a dewatering system. There's a product called the dirt bag where you attach it to the end of the pop outlet. So it's basically a big silt sack on there. So we definitely can put additional provisions on the plan to show how dewatering can occur. I think we did put the DEP has a dewatering sump detail, and I believe that has been added to, which would probably be the erosion control sheet.
Okay, then, and also looking at some of the proposed housing locations and basement floor, first floor, things of that nature. Some of them seem to be appearing to be relatively close to the high groundwater table. How far down do the footings need to go below the basement slab?
About 1 foot.
You're supposed to go down, I think it's like 40 to 48 inches, something like that.
Well,
I don't know where that relates to where the floor actually goes into the basement.
it would be 48 inches if it was just a slab on grade building. But in terms of a basement floor, and we listed, and that was one of the staff comments for us to add the basement floor elevations on it to look at exactly what the chair is talking about. So basically the basement, the footing drain is essentially at the basement floor elevation. It's not an additional 4 feet. So on the east side, we think that there's 2 houses or maybe 3 houses that potentially would need a sump pump, but with just a slight lowering of the storm drainage system, we can get those in by gravity. On this side, the plan that's before you, one, we think the lots that would require sump pumps are on the far left of the property, but those with the big, there's actually a big earth cut in the back of those lots. We think that's going to lower the groundwater in that location there, and we did put drainage systems back there. So there, at this point, I would have to say, like I said, the east side, there's 3 that have sump pumps but with a small modification to the drainage system, we can get those on gravity. And I believe on this side, there's approximately 6 homes that would require sump pump, but we believe that can be managed during construction.
Okay. A general question, which has come up many other developments that have been proposed. I'm assuming that people are not opposed to incorporating integrated pest management.
I believe it's a town comment from Bruce that we have to include one.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not going to go into all the specific comments because a lot of them were similar in nature. So I thank you for your responses on that. So, and actually, I would like to make a comment to Mr. Logan. I do want to thank him for providing the information that I was looking for, just in terms of the critical nature of the critical terrestrial habitat. But the one question I do have, George, if you can answer it, I don't know if you can.
Sure.
you know what the percentage is of the area within the 750-foot diameter is actually being developed?
On our property, we're adding 19%, I believe, to the, but I don't know. I don't know what the exact number is for under existing conditions. So what part of the CTH is already developed, because obviously it goes across the street.
Yeah,
But I think we're adding 19%.
okay, no, thank you, I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
I think that's about all I have at this point in time. So unless any commission members have any other questions they want to bring up, we'll go to the public. So any commission members have any follow-up questions or comments? Nope, hearing none. Turn it over to the public right now. So Bruce, I guess you're in control of the machine.
All right. As we said in the beginning, just use the raise your hand function in Zoom. If you're not on Zoom and have just a phone, you could use *9. But please, what we'll do is we'll go down the list and first come, first serve on this, on the raising your hand. So what we'll ask for you is when we click on you is to please give us your name as well as your address of your property. All right. First one is Shadir Padul. I'll allow you to talk. Go ahead. You're on mute.
Hi, Bruce. The name is Sridhar Prabhu, but that was close enough. Hello, folks. Thank you for allowing us to speak at this hearing. My name is Sridhar Prabhu, and I live on Snowberry Lane, which is part of the Snowberry Cobble community.
Shadir, what's your address, please?
36 Snowberry. I mentioned 36 Snowberry.
Oh, did you? Sorry, I missed it.
Yeah. No worries, no worries. 36 Snowberry is the lane, and we live in Farmington, Snowberry Cobble Court as the community. As a community that is neighboring this wetlands, we are very conscious of the several wildlife habitat that are living in the habitat, and we really appreciate the builder taking so many due diligence steps, such as creating that 100-foot envelope and careful relocation of species, and assuming that a large part of the parcel of the land is being donated to the town for preservation. So all those are appreciated. The concerns I specifically have, and we as a community have, is given the a presentation, what we heard, there are several things that have to go right for the wildlife and the wetlands to not be impacted. And there was a comment made that the survey by Mr. Logan, and I appreciate all the effort he went into in explaining all the different habitats, so really appreciate it. But the concern really was, why was it not completed for the entire parcel of the land and just the western side? The eastern side original plan was for 4 houses, and that has expanded to 7. What is the impact of expanding the eastern side of 7 houses, and what is the impact to the wetlands, especially given that how fragile the wetlands are? And I'll just yield the question to others, to you, Mr. Commissioner.
I do want to respond on something like that. I think what you're talking about with the 4 houses on the eastern part,
yeah,
that was just part of a general subdivision map layout that the applicant was showing under normal circumstances without a cluster subdivision. They're just showing how many lots they could get. I mean,
right.
So that was never the plan that was submitted to our agency. So I just want to clarify that was not a specific proposal. The
Right.
applicant is just showing how many lots they could get under a conventional subdivision.
And then has that been expanded, that property site on eastern side, has that been expanded to cover for 7 houses, and the impact it has on the neighboring wetlands?
The whole application covers what the impact will be on the wetlands. I mean, I can't say it's expanded to 7 because the application we received was 7, so that has never changed since it first came into us.
Okay.
And through the chair, I think for the neighbor, so the town of Farmington has a cluster subdivision regulation, and what they say is they want you to do what a conventional subdivision would look like, and these would be much bigger lots, larger yards, potentially expansion. But the town of Farmington has a zoning regulation that allows you to get basically the same, essentially the same density, but by reducing the lot sizes. That way you reduce the infrastructure. So by getting the reduced lot sizes, and as in this area where Bruce is pointing, we had 4 lots, we were able to get 7. That's what allowed us to eliminate all the lots that are directly across the wetlands from Snowberry Cobble and turn that into open space. So it's about, and I think the DEP letter talked about, sometimes on certain applications, it's better for the environment to cluster the subdivision, cluster the development on smaller lots and protect adjacent open space. But for us to go before zoning, we would have to present this plan and show that there was no, basically a density bonus was not permitted as part of the open space. So this is an exhibit that we're going to show the planning and zoning to show that it wasn't a density bonus.
Thanks, Mr. Daly. And Mr. Chairman, I had a follow-up question that I had asked. Part B of the question was there any time limit that prevented Mr. Logan from doing an extensive survey of the property of the wetlands to see if there were other species impacted?
I guess the best way that I could answer that is what they're doing is they're looking at the area that they are proposing to develop. I mean, they've got a letter from the Natural Diversity Database at DEEP showing what type of endangered or threatened species may be located here. But I'm not aware of anything that would require somebody to go out and do like a total survey of all animals and critters that are found on the site. Because a lot of the site, I think the number is about 75% of the site that's not being proposed for development. It's going to be left in open space, assuming the project gets approved by everybody. So there's nothing that I'm aware of that would require somebody to go out and do that kind of investigation. It focuses more on where the development would occur.
Okay, thank you. That answers my question.
All right, next one is Jack Steyer. If you could give us your address. You're on mute right now.
Hi, this is his wife, Arlene Klein, and we live at 43 Cope Farms Road. I had just a comment, and if someone wants to give me a comment back. You talked about the markers, and you mentioned, that people want to expand their lawns sometimes and, encroach on that area. I'm a little worried about the safety of children. If you've got water there and it's so close to the properties and you're worried about people expanding, I'm a little worried about, children playing so close to an area that's got water that, seems that they could easily fall into. That was one of my questions. And then I also, I'm a little unclear about how much encroachment is actually happening on the wetlands. I think there was a comment made that that by reconfiguring a few of the lots, you were able to give back 24,000 square feet of wetlands off of these individual lots. But I'm not clear of how much of the wetlands are you actually encroaching onto. That was another question I had. And then if you'll just indulge me with a third question is the loss of vegetation. I'm also not clear about that because you said that a sizable acreage is not going to be impacted, but again, how much vegetation loss are we going to see with, you know, this development? Thank you.
Okay, I can,
Yeah.
I can take that.
One of the things I was
It-
gonna
it-
say, Tom.
Yeah,
is
yeah,
that-
in terms of the wetlands, I guess I apologize. I did not. I think Jim might have picked up, but we are not proposing any impact in the wetlands themselves. So there's no impact, there's no filling or excavation of the wetlands. This graphic, but there was some areas of wetlands that were on the lots, but we were not doing any work in them. We thought as a team, well, if we're not going to work in it and we're not permitted to work in it and we're not proposing any clearing or anything in those areas, why don't we just take those areas out and put them back into the open space? So it was really just at no point were we filling wetlands or clearing in them. It was simply just taking it off a lot and putting it into the open space. Try what the other comments were.
Loss of vegetation.
Oh, loss of vegetation. So I think, I mean, it's not, so I think if we have, I think it was 86, 87 acres, we're protecting 75% of that with open space. So the remaining, so it'd be 87 times 0.25. So, you know, and we're not clearing all of that area. There's many portions of the lot that are not cleared. So I potentially think that you're looking at somewhere between 15 and 20 acres of clearing to develop the property.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Well, I had mentioned about safety. I'm still
that's right.
worried about,
Oh.
you know, how do you keep the children away? It seems like this area of wetlands is going to be pretty close to this development, especially on the east side.
I would ask George and Jim to confirm, but I believe the wetlands that are closest to the lots are, a lot of the wetlands that you're seeing on this map are actually not standing water. They are identified as poorly draining soils, but they're not actually standing water. The area that George was talking about, I think the water is probably only, 6 to 12 inches deep, and is expected to dry out over the summer. To be honest, the beavers probably have the greatest reason for maybe some of the deeper standing water, but at that point, I guess for a child to get anywhere, it'll be open spaces, and I'm not sure how the town regulates those open spaces in terms of access.
Okay.
Are we all set?
But I don't think there's any deep standing water anywhere close to any of the lots.
Thank you.
All right. Next is a Dan G.
Hi, thank you. This is Dan Gabri. I live at 18 Tall Timbers, and a couple comments and a question. And Tom, thanks for the last thing you said because it fits right into my question. In terms of comments, there's been a number of people who have talked about flooding on Maria Road. And oddly enough, that does happen. And whether you are inspecting at a time when it does or not, that's something that you and the people that are moving in here need to be aware of, that the water does rise in that area. The second comment is that I understand that you don't have to inspect all the animals and all of the creatures that live in these areas, but there's a lot of other things out there than just frogs and salamanders. There's bears, there's bobcats and things like this, and they're gonna have to go somewhere. So I hope that someone is paying attention to that. But the question I've got, and Tom, you just mentioned that the beavers are the most industrial or the most prone to making the water rise. And that's really where my question is, because if you're going to start to shut things down, these beavers, and as George said, they're very industrious, they're going to look for somewhere to go. I happen to have inland water on my property. And in the past, beavers have tried to build dams there and it causes flooding. It causes a lot of swamp in areas that's either wooded or someone's backyard. And I'm just wondering, how is all the things you're doing here going to impact that? And are we going to end up just moving a problem across the street?
I'm not a beaver expert, so I.
Me neither,
Well,
other than I've seen what they can do.
Yeah, the one part of it is, I think the beaver is probably more focused in this central portion of the wetlands, and we're not touching that. So we're staying pretty far around it, but I don't think we're doing anything on our project that would require the beavers to be displaced. Now, if the town manages the beavers in a way that, because of that flooding on Maria Road, as you noticed, as you mentioned, that's up to the town. But at this point, we're keeping that whole wetland corridor untouched. So I don't think they would have to be displaced.
And one of the things I'll add on that is I know that at one point in the past, Department of Energy and Environmental Protection used to send people out to help remove the beavers. They've stopped doing that for probably 10, 15 years now at least. So the state doesn't get involved with the relocation of beavers. So just adding that in for the record. So the state doesn't get involved with managing them either.
And I'm not asking anyone to get involved in doing it. It's just that I and neighbors have been out there moving sticks and things so that we didn't end up with swamped yards. So if the beavers have no place to go, they're like George said, they're industrious. Thank you.
All right, next one. Yeah, we talked, is Cam Lindu? Are you there? Cam Lindu is the name.
Yeah, that's right. Am I audible?
Yes, we are. Can hear you.
Okay. Yeah. Hi, Bruce. My name is Kamlandu and I live on 6 Rustic Oak in Unionville. So I wanted to understand, will there be any landfill happening on these lots to raise the level of the land? Because related to that, my other question is that during the presentation, it was expressed that there is not going to be any adverse impact to the wetlands. But should anything go wrong, what will be the recourse, or what process will be put in action to salvage the situation? Like, will they put hold on certain things happening, or just wanted to understand this part of the this possibility also.
So in terms of the filling, I would say there is earthwork being done. So we have to create the roads and grade out the roads, and the roads have to be designed to a certain standard so they're not too steep or not too flat. And part of that work is we're also moving some earth to grade out the lot. So I would not describe this project as a significant amount of earth removal or earthwork. And we're really trying to actually just take it from one side of the site and move it to the other side. But it's really to make the roads work to town standards. But I would not describe this as a massive earthwork project where we're filling 20 feet in this location and cutting into there. In terms of the enforcement, I think I would have to ask the town to answer that in terms of how a possible enforcement action would be taken for maybe a development that didn't go as planned.
Yeah, and Shannon and Bruce, I'll throw this to you because we would require some type of a bond, wouldn't we?
Or what? Well, we actually take 2 bonds during the process. It'll be a soil and erosion control bond, and then there'll be a performance bond.
Okay.
And then after that, once that's completed, the building permits come in and then we just monitor them from building permit stage through approval. And then at the CO process, we go out and we make sure that it's in accordance with the plan.
Yeah, and I would say is if a project is not going per plan, there's a process of cease and desist, and they are brought before this commission, and they have to explain themselves. And many times this commission requires restoration of those areas. Those things occur very infrequently, but they do occur. So the town does have an enforcement action that that they would have to come back for, because we're essentially being approved for a plan, and any diversion from this plan would have to come back to this commission. And if it's done without permission, it's basically they can shut down the job, and we'd have to come before this commission and explain ourselves. So there are procedures in place. As Bruce indicated, town staff typically visits these sites and make sure the project is being conducted properly. This project will actually have to be registered with the DEP for stormwater or erosion control registration. And with that comes with inspection requirements, that making sure those inspections, I think, are occurring at least once a week or after every rainfall to make sure the site is being buttoned up and handled properly. So there's many levels of protection beyond just having a bond. And to explain to the public, a bond is basically an insurance policy that is given to the town that if the contractor doesn't do what they're supposed to, the town actually has the right to pull that bond and do the work for them. So, and that's why it's done for erosion control, because that would be a critical situation where the town would potentially have to set in. Once again, I think in my entire career, I don't know if I've ever come across a project where the bond actually had to be pulled. But it is a insurance policy that is covered, so the neighbors can feel that there are levels of protection that are being put in place.
Okay, thanks for that, gentlemen.
Okay, next one is Catherine. Are you there, Catherine? Catherine, are you there? Looks like she's off.
Maybe come back to her at the end. Rick.
Yeah, that'll do. Catherine, I'll put you on mute if you want to fix it. We will come back to you. Okay. Next one is Tagore Ganta.
Yeah, hi. My name is Rama. I live in 3 Apache Run. Am I
Where is
audible?
that?
3 Apache Run.
Got you. Thank you.
Yep. Okay. So my question is, yeah, I think there is a lot of analysis done, especially around 10-year flood plan, and considering there is significant amount of construction. Yeah, as I said, I live in Apache. I have seen during storm, there is a lot of water stagnation to the extent where it is almost close to the decks. I think the earlier approvers have given to an extent that it's very close to the wetland. Considering that there is a lot of buildings that is going to come up, I know there would be the water bed being affected adversely, and some of the water has to go. Yeah, as earlier we have seen the flood water come up so close and impacting our the basements and getting the water accumulation into the yards. So while I have seen that 10-year flood plan would cover to an extent, but it doesn't account for the amount of construction which has done. I feel there is a lot of flux, and there would be some expected predictive modeling that I thought I would hear from the planners, but I did not hear that. The historic, I would say, analysis would only be effective past 15 years is a lot more effective, because the construction activity is a lot more significant past 15-20 years. what is the view on that, and should we be satisfied with the historic, which I think 85% of it is not more applicable to the impact what we would see in near future. Somehow I don't think the analysis is to the extent of predictive modeling to ensure that this new construction is not adversely impacting to the neighboring community in Farmington West Estate, especially the neighboring houses around Apache Cobble Court.
I mean, Tom, you may want to mention it because you had all of the design work that was done, all the calculations, but it wasn't really discussed. So, because you guys did the plans for the 2 through the 100-year storm.
Correct. So to the public, there's an element that's required as part of this application, and it's, if you go on the town website, you can see these materials. We did provide a very detailed hydraulic analysis of both existing and proposed conditions. So all that data is in a very thick report that can be found on the website, and that was reviewed by town staff. Not that we overlooked it, but it's just it's a very technical document, and that's what town staff looks at. One thing I would note is in terms of data using, we are using the new NOAA data. So we have adopted the new NOAA data, which is a much more significant rainfall event, as we've all been seeing over the years. So we started using those a few years ago. So we believe it to be even more conservative in terms of the rainfall data. So what we do is we do an existing conditions model, and we determine how much runoff is coming from the site for the 2, 10, 25, 50, and 100-year storm event. And then we do a model that looks at those rainfall or that runoff rates under proposed conditions, and then we route those through a stormwater basin. And the stormwater basin is basically a small impoundment area with an outlet control structure. So instead of just letting that water kind of rush off the roads, it goes through this. Basically, it's almost like a bathtub. It's a basin, and it lets that water be released at a rate no greater than what's existing. One thing I would note to you is all our development is down gradient of Apache Court. So you're up gradient. So I think, one of the first things, water will not back up onto your site on there. So any drainage issues that are occurring on the Snowberry Cobble, because you're actually up gradient, your water's flowing onto our property. You can be rest assured that there will be no negative impact upstream of us.
Thank you. So, and
they were in here the other day, and I had showed them that, like I said, the property, the road is at like 290, if I'm not mistaken, and Apache's up at 305, and that's at the base of the road, and houses are even that much higher. So,
thank you.
Anything else? All right. Disappear. All right. Go on. Next one is Crystal. If you give us your name and your address, please.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Hi. Thank you so much for holding this meeting. I appreciate all of your time. I wanted to ask a few questions. So I live on 22 Tall Timbers Drive. And
your name, please?
Crystal.
Crystal what?
Petrosky.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I wanted to know, do you have a record of past flooding incidences on Maria Road? Did you pull the records?
Are you asking us, the town, or?
I'm asking if anybody did that.
We don't keep records of every time it overflows.
Okay, so I think one of the other neighbors had mentioned that Maria Road does flood, and it's due to that swamp, area that's right next to the road there. I wanted to know, and especially if you did not pull a history or have a history of past flooding incidences on Maria Road, if there will be additional draining infrastructure that will be included in the development plans to avoid future road flooding.
Once again, Tom Daly for the record. While we did not, I don't know of any published records in the town of Farmington or any town that typically keeps those. But that being said, even at an early conversation, the town gave us clear indication that Maria Road does flood. And then I believe at our first presentation with the Wetlands Commission, other commission members also did do it. So we were aware of that during design work. The flooding on Maria Road, I think, occurs. So we're really a small part of the Scott Swamp watershed. As I showed on the open space, that goes, it's a very, very large watershed, and we're pretty much a small part of it. So I don't anticipate there is no proposed expectation for additional flooding, but the flooding probably occurs just due to the overall size and the culvert that goes under Maria Road. As part of this application, there is no proposal or proposed work on that culvert to make improvements.
In addition, a large part of those floods are mainly caused by the beaver as well, and that is a problem that we've been fighting for many years. So we have to go in there on occasions and clean the pipe. So that's from what I'm told is most of the problem.
Do you relocate the beavers then, or how do you fix that problem?
Well, right now it is just keeping the pipe clean. Right now they've we've been trying to research other ways. There are ways you can try to deceive them with some other kind of units, and that has not worked as well. So they're actually looking at possibly a trapper to get them in there. So it is a fight that's actually ongoing. So
I see. Okay, thank you for that. Is there going to be any noise ordinances or curfews on loud noise or vibrating machine usage? And what would be those ordinances?
I could ask, or I could answer those. The construction ordinances for town are 7 to 6 o'clock, 7 in the morning to 6 o'clock at night. That's that's what we have for noise ordinance in the construction. The only other ordinance we would have, or it would be a regulation, is if any blasting was required. Other than that, we don't have any other kind of ordinances.
Bruce, is that 7 days a week, 6 days?
Nope, that's 6 days a week. 6 days a week, and they need a special permit from the police chief for a Sunday, and that actually excludes holidays as well. Thank you.
Okay, so you're expecting a 6 day a week construction?
Nope, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that's what the noise ordinance allows. That's for the builder to decide how they want to do it, and maybe if they wanted to answer that, that's up to them.
Yeah, I would like to hear what their plan is so that neighbors aren't, consistently bombarded with noise. And, this is a peaceful neighborhood. I'm pretty sure we all bought these homes in the woods so that we wouldn't have to hear a lot of city noises and things of that nature. So I would like to hear from the construction group on what their schedule would be.
I'm not sure that we have a construction schedule at this point. Tom, are you aware of a construction schedule? Johnny? I think most builders want to move expeditiously and complete the task so that it's not dragged on as a general matter, but I doubt the noise will be any more excessive than when the homes in that surrounding area were built. I don't think there's going to be any blasting.
I mean, Chris, this is John Carrier from
Yes.
the group, and we've been building homes for about 51 years now, And we typically follow the town standards of whatever they have. But our typical working hours are 7 to 4:30. And we very rarely work Saturdays, at least from a noise perspective. Sometimes it's more just buttoning up or cleaning around or that kind of thing. You know, most of our company, everybody here, we follow the holidays and everything. We're actually neighbors. We live in town.
Thank you, Jen.
If I could just interject here, we're getting off of the wetland subject matter to a degree.
Yeah, my next question is about the
Also
wetlands.
before planning and zoning. But if we could sort of focus on wetland questions, because that's all our jurisdiction is.
Sure. My next question is, if an impact on the wetlands and or wildlife is discovered during development, is there going to be a new meeting kind of discussing that? Or how will that go?
I mean, if you're assuming that the plan is approved, they're going to have to build in a certain fashion according to what the approval state, whether it's wetlands or planning and zoning. I mean, if people are talking about issues with bears or something like that, they're non-wetland animals. That's not something that's going to necessarily be addressed at this point in time or even after. I mean, somebody comes in and wants to develop a piece of property. We're looking at trying to come up with the best development possible that complies with regulations, ordinances. But my take would be that there wouldn't be any other meetings or hearings on it unless there were some violations and we ended up having a cease and desist and had to have something on that. But again, those don't happen that often, but they do happen.
So I guess my question is this, is who's going to be regulating if the wetlands or wildlife is being impacted or not throughout the course of the construction? If there's a discovery, who's going to be discovering it? Who's going to be voting on it? Who's going to be, you know, I guess, you know, announcing it? And who's going to be the one that's going to decide whether you continue or not?
Typically with projects that have been approved in the past, there are various reports that are required to be submitted inside of a certain time period after certain rainfall events, things of that nature, but that all gets reported to the town. So we have some ongoing documentation as to what's going on with the site. I can't speak to how it would address with animals. I mean, we're strictly related to wetlands issues, but there are reports that are typically required to be submitted within a specific period of time that we can review, and staff also goes out and inspects these sites. So it is not done in a vacuum. There is some active work that goes on to make sure that people are performing in accordance with any approved plans.
In addition, we'll have the surveyor as a pre-construction meeting. The surveyor will mark out the tree limit of tree clearing. We meet with the developer. They cut that. They cut those trees per the surveyor's marks, and then the erosion control gets installed. So it's pretty blatant if they're going to go beyond that erosion control and tear out some more and cut some more trees or do some more filling. And that is what happened during our frequent inspections that we do as we go out there, and along with the erosion control inspections that they do.
Okay. So there will be markers and things upon starting of this, if it's approved, where you will have to then address, you know, step by step, if the wetlands or wildlife are being affected.
Exactly.
Okay. My last question, and thank you for letting me ask so many questions, is, oh shoot, I lost my question. I don't know where my last question went. I had it all written down for you too.
Do you want us to come? I can put you on
yeah,
mute
you
and
know-
if you find it, raise your hand.
Yes, yes, thank you.
All right, next one. Oh, I think I muted the wrong okay, Crystal. Oh, sorry. Next one is Lori. Give us your name and your address, please.
Yep, Lori Kiska, 69 Cope Farms Road. And I just wanted to mention, and I haven't heard any talks of this, so there was a little talks about the pipes with the beavers and Maria Road flooding. I only discovered about 5 years ago, after living here for almost 20 years, that we actually have drainage running through our yard. And the last time the drainage got cleaned was probably about 4 or 5 years ago from the town. And I'm wondering if they were cleaned, because we never had like streams or running water in the back of our yard until about 4 or 5 years ago when everything was cleaned out. I wonder if it was cleaned, how that would affect the swamps and how that would affect like the wood frogs and the salamanders, if we would see an increase in the swamps due to the fact that the drainage on Cope Farms and Old Pond has not been cleaned by the town in our backyards.
So are you asking about your property or the developed property? I'm confused.
Well, there's multiple drainage throughout Cope Farms and Old Ponds, and I don't know if there's any drainage in the back of Tall Timbers, but there's drainage that the town has come and actually cleaned out, which definitely affects Scott Swamp Pond, if you will, when it is free flowing, but it hasn't been cleaned in multiple years. So that's gotta affect how much water, standing water, is over on Maria.
Well, you're down, you're actually down a stream of Maria Road. All of this development flows north to south. It'll flow underneath Maria Road through Cope Farms down to the golf course.
No. I'm the other way. I'm literally like five lots away from where this east lot would be.
So
Yeah, but go ahead.
I would say is, so the drainage system on your street is fairly localized. It only impacts probably your local backyard or your, once again, Tom Daly for the record. So you have small diameter pipes, catch basins, those type of drainage are fairly localized. The drainage that we're talking about this evening is really, it's the single culvert underneath Maria Road. Regardless
exactly.
Of that, yeah,
but that's behind my house. Like I have piping behind my house.
It's going in the other direction. So we're upgrading of you, you're downgrading of us. So any drainage issues on your property would not have an impact on the wildlife and the wetlands that we're talking about this evening.
So
the cleaning of pipes may have some impact on your property and south of Maria Road, but that's not it would not result in any change on what we're presenting this evening on the north side of Maria.
Okay, so you do kind of have it pulled up, but I definitely disagree. I mean, when they cleaned everything out, it definitely affected Maria and the swamps because that is our backyard.
Yeah,
but it's downgrading of us, so water can't go uphill. So the only thing, I mean, even if it wasn't for the pipe under Maria Road, Scott Swamp is just a large a watershed. Now, when Tall Timbers and this area, you guys, it kind of got compressed a little bit, the watershed. Our proposal is to keep that wetland corridor much wider than what is down there. So it's just my professional opinion that any cleaning of pipes on your side would not change the outcome or the testimony that we've given this evening to this commission.
Lori, feel free to call the office and we can talk you through that a little more if you need to.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And who should I?
Kick her out. All right, is it DR is next? Are you there? DR, are you there?
Able to hear me?
Yep, I can hear you now.
Okay. Hi, this is Divyash Rajkotia. I am at 5 Cobble Court. And the question I have is I believe somebody already asked a similar question. So I'm actually going to be right at the border, 5 Cobble Court. And recently in last 2-3 years, we've started to notice that because of the rain, we started to see small puddles of the waters in our backyards. And now with building this, obviously to build some properties on the east and west side, there has to be, the trees needs to be cut down, and there will be some sort of erosion to the soil, and that would get collected somewhere. And I'm sure that there will be some change in the water flow. What is the guarantee that either the builder or the town is taking that none of these water would actually get into our basements or into our outfield?
Bruce, can you pull up the overall plan that shows the aerial and cobble?
The GIS plan you want?
No, we had, I think the open space aerial, the big picture, zoomed out. There you go. So I think if you, the neighborhood you're talking about, there you go. Yeah, Bruce, you're trying to get over there. You're over here, okay?
Yep.
And you're actually much higher than us. So I think Bruce indicated, and then so all the green area you're seeing on here is wetlands that are going to be protected as open space. So we are several hundred feet away from you, and then you're actually higher than us. So there is no potential for, and also the water is flowing on this map, it's flowing right to left. So our water is not flowing towards your property. Your water is actually flowing towards our property. So we don't, there is no potential impact. Either there's no way erosion can get to your property, and there's no way that our water can impact your property.
So the table underneath the ground, that would be no change in the table because of these constructions, and there would be no water that would actually start to accumulate on the higher end?
No, water can't go uphill. So water only flows downhill. So that being said, is I know for a fact that Snowberry Cobble was built in a very close proximity to wetlands, and it's been a successful development. But those puddles in the backyard, that's just localized drainage that is on your property and not to be occurred by ours. But even our drainage discharge is probably 15, 20 feet lower than your road.
Okay, and are there any provisions just in case if we start to see more and more water, or is just because of some other reasons, and there will be no impact whatsoever, 100% because of this new construction?
There will be no impact. If you're seeing water, it has to do with localized issues on your property, whether it's roof leaders that aren't being connected up or drainage that is, as a neighbor said down below, drainage systems need to be maintained. So are the drainage systems on your property being maintained properly? That's where, if you're having drainage issues on your property, I would suggest those are the first things you have to look towards.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Next one is Ed Gilardi.
Yes, I'm listening. My question is basically, I keep just hearing housing density. I'm just wondering how many proposed people are going to be moving into these two developments?
We have your address first, sir?
1 Ships Oak Lane.
It's to your question, it's virtually impossible to answer that. These will be single family homes.
1 bedroom, 2 bedroom? I mean, you know.
No, they'll be Johnny, correct me, there'd be 3 and 4 bedroom.
3 and 4 bedroom.
Yeah, they're not large homes. They're modest homes. And some of the homes potentially may have master floor, on the first floor for.
Well, what's the square
empty nesters.
footage? What's the square footage we're talking about?
Well, the square footage, the individual homeowner will be able to pick it, so it'll vary.
Oh, well, what's the range then?
Mr. Chair, I could answer these questions if it has to do, if you want me to.
Yeah, well, I'm just wondering how many people can we expect, or how's it going to impact the traffic on the road and everything else? I mean,
this is
I know we're concerned about wetlands, but I'm also concerned about what's going to happen to Morea Road when we have 2 new communities showing up on a road that's heavily traveled in the morning and in the evening.
Sir, that's more of a planning and zoning comment, and you could address that when they make their submission to the planning and zoning. Right now, it's strictly just an inland wetlands permit. So
Okay.
any questions with regards to inland wetlands, they can take at this point.
I guess no questions for the wetlands. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. Fumika? Are you there?
Yeah, hey, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Name and address, please.
Yes, my name is Rushab. Address is 10 Rustic Oak, Unionville, Connecticut. Yeah, so 2 questions, right? One is, obviously we understand the gradient of this new property is lower than the Snowberry cobble surroundings. But just wanted to understand, where will the drainage be of the new property? Will it be away from Snowberry cobble, or will it be towards it? Obviously water cannot go up, but has that been already devised so far?
For the record, Tom Daly. So on this particular thing, if you see on the plan where the light green is, where I think Bruce has just put his cursor, and the 2 areas there, so that's where the storm drainage going. So it's draining on the eastern side, it's draining down to that small kind of lime green, and all on the western side, it's the other. Ultimately, that will get into the wetlands and drain towards Morea Road with the overall watershed.
Okay, thank you. The second question is, obviously, I think the common theme of questions today has been on the concerns regarding water table increase and the flooding in the surroundings, right? And I guess from a community perspective, we're still very skeptical. I mean, we understand the gradient part and all of that. So with that said, will there be any further due diligence done to close this specifically on this concern? I mean, are we planning to test this out in some form or fashion across next few months so that we see some variation and make sure that there are no surprises later on?
We have done testing out there. So I think the chair indicated that we did 2 test pits out there, and we understand where the groundwater is going to be anticipated. And also we've designed a system to be robust and to handle that. So we feel very confident that there was no additional studies being made. Obviously, when the single family homes will be built, there'll be some small details once those houses get customized, where the footing drain goes and how that gets wrapped up. But in terms of the overall plan, the infrastructure, we believe that all those elements are incorporated into here and no additional study is required.
Okay, and can those tests be published or made available to us?
They have been submitted to the town, so they're available.
The deep
All that is on, all that's on the website.
access.
Okay.
The benefit of this Zoom platform is the town has done a nice job. So if you go onto the town website, you click on, I think you find the applications page, and you're able to see all the information that's been submitted.
Okay. So does that mean, one last thing, does that mean that if there are any further concerns, will we have an opportunity to submit them further, or not anymore?
Well, you as a homeowner in the town of Farmington, no different than a pothole out in front of your road. Do you have a chance to call the engineering department or zoning or Department of Public Works and express your concern? But that's through a normal course of any homeowner in the town of Farmington or any town. There's offices in the town hall that you can call and talk to.
Yeah, but nothing specific to this new. Sorry, please go ahead.
I was just saying, what's also been mentioned earlier today is there's an application that has to go before planning and zoning. So people will also have an opportunity to submit comments. I'm not positive planning and zoning would have a public hearing on it. My guess is they probably would, and it would be open to the public. But again, that would be another opportunity to comment with that application.
Got it.
And I will tell you, of all my clients, I'm not sure there's a firm that takes more pride in their work. They actually, I think if you look at, I don't know the details, but they give even their own homeowners, they give a warranty on construction that is basically second. I don't know any other developer that does it. So I think the neighbors should be pretty comfortable that one, you have a local developer who takes a lot of pride. But like I said, and Johnny, I don't know what your warranty is, but I think you told me before, it shows it's not just you we're trying to protect it, it's also the future homeowners.
Okay, yeah, I mean, that makes sense, and at the same time, again, we know a few people who are in the career build properties, so that way we are well aware of. Sounds good. I think this helps. I mean, we will obviously look for the next opportunity when this goes in front of planning and zoning, and then if we find anything from now till then, we will obviously bring it up to the right forum. Thank you.
And I think out of this forum, I can just tell you right now that you can call Johnny Carrier anytime, and he will be with you. On every job I've ever worked on, he's met with the neighbors in advance and explained his situation. I just tell you, there's probably no more accessible developer that I can tell you about.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, we'll reach out to him.
His information, I think, is on the application if you ever had to reach out to him.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I'll come back to Catherine, if you see if you resolved your issue.
I'm Catherine. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Good evening. I'm new at this. So my name is Catherine O'Sullivan. I live at 660 Plainville Ave. I am one small microcosm amongst all these big brother housing that is around me. And I'm going to say everything looks good on paper until you live it. My home was built in 1950 by my late husband's parents. And I am built on a slab, and the reason I'm built on a slab is because it's all wetlands. Now, since they put Snowberry in, the whole dynamics of my property has changed. It is very, very wet. I have to have my septic pumped out as much as 4 times a year. The back of my garage has sunk, and the front of my garage is all cracked from so much water. If you look at the small swath of land between my garage and the property, there's 2 pipes that run out, and it comes under the road, and the water is just gushing there. Water has to go somewhere, and it's going to seep, and it's all coming to my property and the few houses that border from Snowberry, my property in the back. So I don't care what your engineer said or how everything is written. The water has to go somewhere. And as I said, until you live it, it's another thing.
Okay, you have any other questions?
No, I'm just making a comment. It's just, it shouldn't be. It just shouldn't be. I think everything should be left as it is, because the water, I'm just going to get flooded out in my yard. It's just going to be worse and worse. And I invite anybody to come and walk my property and find out. Because the surveyors, I actually took my maps out. My property goes back to 1918 in my late husband's family. And I took all the maps out and showed the surveyors. And he couldn't believe when he came, I believe it was in March. I mean, he almost lost his boots in my property. So I invite anybody to come. We're going to get a good rainstorm tonight. They can come tomorrow. That's all I have to say. I'm just being swallowed up by Big Brother.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, thank you for listening to me. Have a good evening.
Thank you. You too. And the last one is Crystal, if you found your last question.
Hello, yes, Crystal, 22 Tall Timbers Drive. I had the last question, yes, but I also wanted to comment, Catherine, that is awful. I feel very badly for you, and I hope that this doesn't impact you any further, and I hope that they do further studies. With that being said, my question does touch on that a little bit. Without records of past flooding incidences being used in your studies, and us currently being in a relatively dry spring, which is when your studies were conducted, is there a guarantee that the retaining wall that you're building so that the new properties won't be flooded or affected by the water nearby won't affect the drainage and pipes that are currently going through that property and keep our roads and houses dry?
For the record, Tom Daly again. I think let's distinguish a few things. So George and Jim did wetland studies this spring, but in terms of the drainage studies, we are using NOAA published data, which is based upon 50, 60, 70 years of data so we're not basing our drainage analysis on any rainfall that occurred this year or last year. It's based upon annual published data that is records being kept forever. What we did use is the new NOAA data it's more current where they're seeing higher rainfall events. So just want to clarify that our analysis, our stormwater analysis is not based upon a year by year analysis. It's based upon annual documented rainfall events for the area. And then we simply just take those rainfall data that's given to us by NOAA, and we put that into our model.
And to ask the second part of that question, there is no retaining walls being constructed.
I think, yeah, maybe they were thinking retention basin or a detention basin. Yeah. So those, once again, they're designed in a way, and in addition to that, we budget for an additional volume in there just as a conservative nature. So we've met all the town and the state standards in terms of our analysis. The state basically dictates and the town dictates how our analysis is going to be done. And we just follow those rules, and we submitted that report. So that report is available on the town website, to the point where our analysis shows there will be no increase in peak runoff for the 2 through the 100-year storm event. Will Maria Road still flood? Well, if the beavers are going to still show up, then Maria Road is going to flood regardless of our project or not.
Would you comment, this is Shannon Rutherford, the town planner. Would you comment on the changes in the rainfall intensities that you have seen over the course of your career?
Well, you put me on the spot, Shannon, but
sorry, I can.
No, but so what happened over a few years ago is, with climate change, we are seeing more intense rainfalls. What I'm seeing is more, especially I see them a lot in the fall. We seem to get those really heavy rainfalls, but you're seeing more frequent and more intense rainfall. So that's why typically the go-to in the state of Connecticut was a DOT rainfall data. But then about 2 years ago, NOAA came out and they significantly increased those rainfall events. So just by doing that, our model is much more up to date and much more current as to those more intense climate-driven rainfall events.
So I'm gonna, thank you. And I'm gonna take that one step further. I am also a licensed engineer in the state of Connecticut. And when we started work in Connecticut in 2000, and the rainfall intensities were approximately for 100, I know offhand for the 100-year storm was about 6.5 inch for a 24-hour rainfall event. And I believe the 100-year storm, and Tom, correct me if I'm mistaken, it's somewhere it's like 8.7 or 8.8 inches for a 24-hour event. So we've seen a notable increase in the design storm events, and it's also directly related to what's actually happening. So it's not really a surprise that many people are seeing more water in their backyards, because we're seeing higher intensity rainstorms that are more frequent.
I agree.
Okay.
And that's why NOAA put out these new rainfall events. Right. So engineers were more current with the what was going on.
Thank you.
All right. We have another one from Kay Higgins.
Hello. My name is Kate Higgins. I'm at 15 Tall Timbers Drive. I also have concerns about flooding in the area. Since I moved here about 10 years ago, I've seen Maria Road closed several times due to flooding for days at a time. And, you know, it's been a real inconvenience, and I'm glad people were diligent in dealing with the beaver problems to alleviate that. However, I have other concerns about developments in general that encroach on wetlands and open spaces, and their overall impact on the ecology and on the wildlife surrounding them. 25 feet is a nice buffer between neighbors, but nature is a very sensitive neighbor. I'm concerned about the runoff, particularly fertilizer and other chemicals that are associated with yard maintenance, and how it might impact the flora and fauna of the wetland areas, not just the 2 species that were mentioned, but the myriad other plants and animals that inhabit the area, the vernal pool, and the other areas that surround these 2 developments.
Well, that's something that we were talking about earlier. And one of the things, because again, this area is close to a wetland, we would be looking at an integrated pest management plan, which really cuts down on a lot of those chemicals that you're referring to. I've been out of commission for a little while. Robert, I don't know if you want to specify anything more about the integrated pest management plan?
No, just I think our staff has the standard language that they use. It's just to minimize the impact using natural techniques versus synthetic fertilizers when possible.
So it is something that we do address.
Is this a program that will be followed by the eventual homeowners?
We've had this written into a number of homeowner associations, and my understanding is these are private roads. It's going to be a homeowner association. So as such, this is going to be part of what all of the homeowners are required to abide by. And it should, I believe it's also written into the deed. Correct me if I'm wrong, Chris, on that.
Yeah, we would work with the town in incorporating into the deed and any other documents that would be necessary. And we're happy to talk to town attorney going a step further if this commission thinks so. We think so. We believe in protecting. So yes, we would cooperate with that.
Okay, thank you. I have one other question about the plan to, what was it, to drain the area during construction. How will that affect the vernal pool? Will it create less water in the area in general and dry up the vernal pool sooner, or will that not affect the surrounding, the nearby sensitive areas?
Let me ask a question on that, because this may be related to a question that I raised because of some of the stormwater or the sanitary sewer construction, where they may run into water at the bottom of that hole that's created to install the sanitary sewer manhole or the catch basin. That, I think they're just talking about pumping water out of that particular area, not the entire site. So it's not as though they're proposing to drain the entire site. It just may be that in some areas they have some spots where they do hit a high groundwater table, and they may have to alter construction practices a little bit in order to get everything in per town standards.
That's correct. It's a temporary thing. So it's only as we're putting a pipe in and some small dewatering for a couple hours just to get that pipe in, and that's it. But most of the water that is occurring towards the vernal pool is associated with the Scott Swamp watershed, which is a very large watershed. So we're not impacting that. So the dewatering is just a temporary measure, a best management practice while you're doing construction.
I see, thank you.
All set?
Yes.
All right. And Crystal, one last time.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Crystal Petrosky, 22 Tall Timbers Drive. In my last question, you had mentioned that historical studies are used and town and state regulations must be met. Would those be the same? Would that be the same process that was used before the Snowberry development was built, which caused our neighbor Catherine's yard to become swampland?
Well, I don't know. I wasn't the designer of Snowberry Cobble. I will tell you that the new higher rainfall data came out after Snowberry Cobble, so I don't do that.
Mhm.
But I would say to you is it's not that simple. There's complexities. I'm not 100% sure where the neighbor's property is. There might be other wetlands. There's other things going on. So that's to make a correlation between the two would be virtually impossible to do.
So it's safe to say that, you know, sometimes these studies or regulations or processes that you guys are all following for this development might not always be accurate. It didn't seem like it was when the Snowberry development was
That's
made.
not, well, that's, you're trying to connect dots. It's not fair to say that. We don't know if the engineering was an issue. As Shannon Rutherford indicated, rainfall events have significantly changed over there. Climate change has changed. There could be other issues going on. You can't blame Snowberry Cobble on drainage issues without a real deep dive into that.
And the other thing I'd like to say, and Shannon, correct me if I'm wrong on this, but my understanding is that initially the town had denied Snowberry Cobble, but it was taken to court and the court approved it.
That is correct,
correct,
Mr.
yep.
Chair.
Yeah, so I mean, my point with this, and you're saying connecting the dots. Yes, I'm connecting the dots on something that, you know, there's no proof that, you know, the studies that you've done or the process that you're following is going to be something that is, foolproof
I'm a professional engineer licensed in the state of Connecticut. I am following all the procedures and standards that my drainage analysis has been reviewed by the town engineer who is a professional engineer. So we've met all the standards. I can't speak to Snowberry Cobble, but I can tell you that this project has been designed with the best management practices and met all current standards for care and for drainage analysis.
And I'm sure that that's what the last committee had said when they built theirs too. So I'm just saying.
I'm not going to comment anymore.
All right.
That's my whole point, is that I think that, it's great that you guys put so many processes and practices together and you have the best teams and the best, of everything. But at some point, somebody had said that before, and things change. And we can't predict nature, and nature will do what it wants to do. That's my point, and I'm done. And thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. All right, Chair, that is it. We have gone through all of the comments, and we've also included I think we've heard them before, but we've heard from most of the community. Just so everyone sees it, we did include the document that the Snowberry Cobble Association had sent over to us. So that is in your packet as well.
Was there any
Very
other
much.
written correspondence, or was it just this one?
It was just this one, so.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
So there was one question from the chair that I did a little research on. So in terms of the soil, sorry. Interesting thing. So the wetland soils, if you look actually at, if you overlay the town wetland mapping, which I think reflects the town, the soil survey, in this particular, usually as the chair may know, many times those mapping, even though it's a planning study, is fairly accurate. This area seems to be a little off in terms of the soil survey. So that's why you're going to see we have some D soils on our thing, which would normally represent, but then you see some B soils that are showing up in the wetlands. And I think that is just the inaccuracies of the soil survey versus the real field identification that Jim did.
Yeah, well, when the original soil designations were done, what was it, a minimum 3-acre area that they looked at? So yeah, it doesn't deal with the nuances.
You normally wouldn't see a B runoff, a soil classification for wetlands, but because the lines are kind of, if you look at this area, there's a ton of different soil lines going on. So clearly the original soil mappers were struggling a little bit to get it right. So, but in this particular site, we didn't really model the wetlands, so we just modeled outside, which was mostly B soil.
Okay, all right, thank you, I appreciate that. Quickly, do any commission members have any other comments, questions?
You're asking me.
I was asking commission members if they had.
Oh, I'm sorry, I misheard you.
No problem. Dave, were you going to say something, or Ned?
This is Ned. Yeah, just as to help educate me, I'm looking, at being a satellite map, and so I'm trying to understand like the cluster subdivision. So I was going to ask either to Bruce or Shannon, Autumn Way, is that a cluster subdivision? It's just a little north of this.
It's like it, but it's not technically a cluster. That's a senior active adult.
Oh, all right. And Snowberry is something completely different also, right?
Yes, that's an affordable housing zone.
Okay.
Those are what, 5,000 square foot lots,
Yeah.
They're very small.
Okay. All right. Is there anything, have we done any recent cluster subdivisions?
Clusters?
Nottingham.
What's that?
Nottingham, Sinisa's copper mine.
Copper mine.
Carrier.
Copper mine, you guys did that one.
So
Carrier's project in Unionville.
What about the ones on Farmington Plainville line we did?
That's a senior active adult as well.
Yeah.
So the copper mine by John Sinise was
168 copper mine. That was the one we did a couple times. Cope Farms. Cope Farms is a cluster as well.
So
Thank
Cope
you.
Farms right
good
below
point.
this. So if we go, do you want to switch over to the
Yeah, go to the
GIS?
other one.
Sorry.
Come on. Yes.
Also Strawfield and Nottingham off of River Road.
Yep, those
Right.
are. But Cope Farms is all a cluster subdivision as well.
Okay. Thank you.
All right.
Okay. All right, so I guess if I'm not hearing anything else, Chris, you want to wrap up?
Well, yes, Mr. Chairman, I don't know the commission's position on closing the hearing, but if you're contemplating that, I think through the experts, we've established the amount of evidence for approval and established there's no feasible or prudent alternative. We have an exceptional builder committed to the community and to the preservation of this land. We think the cluster is a great idea. It's a good tool used in zoning to preserve open space, and which we think is a very positive thing. I do want to point out that Commissioner Eisner asked raised a very important point, which was inquiring about any type of habitat enhancement. So, and I'm not sure we produced more testimony regarding that, but if you as a commission feel you want to continue it for that sole purpose, we can come back in 2 weeks with that. But I don't know that it benefits the commission to open the door for another full hearing. But other than that, I think we responded to the questions of the commission, and I think we feel pretty comfortable in terms of our testimony and establishing what we needed to based on your criterion and your regulations.
All right, thanks. I mean, I'll throw this out to commission members. At this point, I think content to close the hearing. I think if, raising Robert's point about doing some additional work around the vernal pool area, some mitigation measures, I think that's something that we can always put in as a condition of approval should we decide to go that route. And then work with town staff to go ahead and try and complete something like that. But I think that may be an appropriate way of doing it. I'm not inclined to keep the hearing open just to deal with that, because I think it's something that town staff can work out with them. And then again, it's also something that's most likely going to have to go through planning and zoning as well. So that may be the easy way of doing it. So I'm just going to go quickly through commission members to see what your feeling is about closing the hearing tonight. So Ned?
I think we had a lot of people from the public speak, and I think we could close the public portion of the meeting.
Okay, Mark?
I would agree with that statement also.
Okay, Neil?
Yeah, I would close it.
Robert?
I agree, and I agree with you, Mr. Chairman, that the habitat enhancement plan for the vernal pool could be a condition of approval.
Dave?
No objection to closing it.
Emily?
Sorry, she signed off.
Okay. So I guess with that, we will go ahead and close the public hearing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I will say that I'm not necessarily inclined on voting on it tonight, because I think I would like to consider what we may want to look at as far as any conditions if we do decide to go the approval route. So I'd like to be able to think about that a little bit and not really try to work out all the issues tonight. So I think, probably we'll have it back on the agenda for the next meeting.
Okay.
Okay.
We understand. Thank you so much.
Do you, I know where you want this.
Bruce?
Do you want us to start drafting up any kind of conditions of approvals, or I mean,
Or just a motion?
motions and condition approvals?
Yeah, I mean, we might as well start. And that way, if there's anything else that we feel we need to add based on the testimony tonight, we can go ahead and do so.
Okay,
Okay,
sounds good.
all right.
Just give me a second here.
And while you're doing that, my understanding is CPD Properties, 342 Colt Highway will not be here tonight.
Exactly. Yep. They've asked for a little more time.
Okay, I know we're starting to run out of time on this one, I guess, or, I mean, we're not at the deadline yet. But do they anticipate having everything they need by the next meeting?
They think they do. They think they should adequately do it. I told them I ran through the time with them and reminded them that if they do not have it ready for the next meeting, then we would need an extension from them.
Okay. All right, thanks. So the second item under new business is lot 9523 Plainville Avenue.
Mhm. And just so you know, this is a revised plan that they sent us, I think it was today, matter of fact. But the only difference is it included the silt fence and the silt sock as we discussed at the last meeting. Both of the applicants were online. So if they want to chime in, if there's anything that they'd like to add from the last meeting, please do.
This is Jim Jones from Jones Engineering. Again, this is just a residential lot development on Plainville Ave. And like Bruce said, we added the proposed straw wattle he wanted in addition to the silt fence. And other than that, there are no other changes. And I guess there was, I guess the commission wanted to decide whether it was insignificant. Is that the right word? Insignificant effect on the wetlands.
Now, they've already made the determination.
Okay, so we did vote non-significant.
Yeah, you did vote non-significant. The other thing left is to vote on the application.
Oh, my mistake.
It's getting late, Jim.
Yeah, I know.
I'll go through the commission members, see if they have any questions or comments. Dave?
No questions.
Robert?
No questions.
Neil?
No questions.
Mark?
No question.
Ned?
No questions.
I have one. Looking at one of the maps that came in, it looks as though the existing house, the proposed reserve septic system area is on this lot. So what happens if the septic system fails on the lot of the existing house?
Say that again.
Based on the maps that have been provided,
Yep.
it shows the existing house.
I'm not sure where you mean. I'm looking at the map that's on the screen here and all I see is the proposed.
Where one of the maps that came in with the application, it's C-1.0.
Wait, hold on. I think that was a subdivision that actually created this lot. This is 3, right? 2.
Oh, I know what he's talking about, I guess.
Yeah, I think this is this one here, right?
So what I'm seeing here, at least the way that I would interpret this, is on the lot that is currently being proposed for development, it talks about proposed area of reserve septic system, which to me is for the existing house. So my question is, if this lot is created, what happens to the existing house if the existing septic system fails? if they've lost their potential reserve area.
I don't know as if this is not the reserve area that we're showing on here. This is a new design on that proposed lot.
No, I understand that.
Yep, and I understand what you're saying. It shows approximate septic area. I believe, even though it's not shown, that may be included in that area, both proposed and existing. I mean, proposed and future if they need it, but I'm not positive of that.
Yeah, I mean, that was my question. It's just because to me, looking at this map, it looks as though this proposed area for reserve septic system would be for the 525 Plainville Avenue if their septic system in the back failed. And that's how I read it.
No, I don't think that ever was. This was newly tested recently, long after 525 Plainville Ave was built. This was meant to cut off of that and come up with their own septic systems in that area. It's a good question, though. I mean, the two systems I show here, primary and reserve, are newly designed. They're showing an approximate septic system area on 525.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, if that's both, to answer your question. The primary and reserve.
I think this plan was for the Farmington Valley Health District to show that once this lot is created, that a septic system can fit on this lot to service this lot.
And that was probably for subdivision purposes at the time.
Yeah, this was a free split. This wasn't a subdivision.
Okay.
And just so you know, I think you asked this question last time. This has not gone to the health department yet for approval, which it's going to as soon as we get approval to put the system where we're showing it.
And again,
I mean, they've approved this lot. Let me rephrase that. They've approved this lot already for a septic system, but this shows all the specifics of the design, which they have not had a chance to review yet.
Yeah, no, my question was just, as to whether or not that reserve area was directly associated with 525. If not, that's fine. I mean, that's where my question was.
Okay, no, it wasn't as far as my design went.
Okay. All right, so that was the only question that I had on this. So we saw that they added the straw wattle. I mean, what's your pleasure on this, folks? I don't really have any problems with what's being proposed. It's got to be approved by the health district, so that gets a little bit beyond our jurisdiction. So,
Chairman, I'll make a motion to approve the application.
All right, is there a second?
Second by Robert.
Okay, any discussion, questions, or comments from any members? Hearing none, those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstaining? Okay. Good luck with it.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. It's a long meeting. I hope you're almost done.
Getting closer.
All right.
17 Burlington Road is the next
Yeah,
one.
just give me a second. I did not want to, last meeting, I was too prepared. I put everything on the screen and we had that little meltdown. So this time I'm being a little cautious. So
Just keeping you on your toes.
I don't like being on that. I don't like being on my toes for something like that. That was a little scary. All right. So that's that. Here we go. All right. And we have the applicant is online and his engineer is online. So Dave Whitney and the builder, if they'd like to start the presentation.
Thank you, Bruce. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah.
I can hear you good, Dave.
Okay. Good evening, commissioners, or I almost feel like I should say good morning, but I guess it's not quite yet.
You're funny tonight, Dave.
Bruce, I think it might be easiest if you could put the presentation plan up.
Sorry, I had it. How's that?
That's perfect. That's perfect. Thank you. For the record, my name's Dave Whitney, professional engineer with an office in Avon, Connecticut. With me tonight, I believe, is the applicant, Mike Honeyman from Honeyman Builders LLC. Also, Eric Davison, soil scientist. I'll try to keep this brief because I know it's been a long meeting. Simply put, this is a proposed 2-lot re-subdivision. The total acreage of the site is 2.16 acres. There's an existing house, number 17 Burlington Road, on the south side of Burlington Road, just a little bit west of Plainville Avenue. The proposal is to create a 20,000 square foot lot around the existing house. This is an R20 zone, and to create one new lot, which will consist of 1.7 acres. A bit of an odd shape. It's kind of a horseshoe around the existing house. The site is flat. There's a small slope from west to east. On the west side of the site, it's open lawn area with a few trees and shrubs. On the eastern portion of the site, it's wooded and there's a wetlands area. The wetlands were delineated by Eric Davison, soil scientist, and the wetland flags were located by Harry Cole and Son surveyors. So the wetlands as shown on this map are accurate location. About 48% of the lot is wetlands, but that still leaves about 1.3 acres of non-wetlands for this 2-lot subdivision. Just a couple of housekeeping items. This site is not located within a Connecticut DEEP Natural Diversity Database shaded area. It's not located within a floodplain, and it's not located within an aquifer protection area. The proposed house on the one new lot will be served by public water and public sewer, so there will be no septic system. The blue line on the plan represents the 150-foot upland review area from the edge of the wetlands. There is a squiggly green line that runs through the center of the property. That is the woods, the wood line that separates the woods from the lawn. And then the wetlands, actual wetlands line is a little bit more to the east from into the woods. No activities are proposed within the actual wetlands themselves, only within the outer limits of the upland review area. We've tried to keep the proposed house as far away from the wetlands as possible. And if you think of this, I couldn't help but think as we sat through the last 3 hours of the first application tonight. This is one house versus 25 houses. The closest point of any development, any grading on this site is 50 feet from the wetlands. And in other areas, it's more than 100 feet away, depending where you measure. So, frankly, this is a simple project. We're showing standard erosion control measures. Again, the site is flat. The non-wetland soils on the site are well-drained loam. We conducted some soil tests, and there is a high seasonal groundwater down about 3 or 4 feet. So for that reason, we've kept the house up, and we are showing a foundation drain outlet pipe and roof drain outlet pipes that will extend towards the wetlands. That will be a very temporary disturbance, but most of the activity, the grading around the house and the construction of the house will be, as I mentioned, at least 50 feet away from the wetlands or more. The driveway, we've located it almost completely outside of the upland review area. And again, the stormwater runoff from the driveway is considered not quite as clean as the stormwater runoff from the roof of the house. So there's approximately 165 feet of overland flow from the driveway outside of the wetlands upland review area before the stormwater reaches the wetlands. I submitted a project narrative, which is a one-page summation of this project. There are, which I won't read through this whole thing right now at this point. Within the wetlands themselves, there are no vernal pools, and Eric Davison, the soil scientist, as my understanding, is here at the meeting tonight. If you have any questions for him, so at this point, I'd be happy to answer any questions or talk further about any of the issues.
I'll go through the commission members. Any questions? Dave?
Yeah, I just had one question. The drainage from the roof is directed towards the east, almost right to the wetlands. Could that be shortened to have the splash pad further away from the wetlands?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your complete question.
The foundation drain outlet pipe and the roof drain outlet pipe extend to the east, almost to the limit of the wetlands. Would it be possible to shorten that run and have the plunge pool further from the wetlands?
The problem we had in this site was trying to balance the elevation of the house. We're outletting those two pipes at the lowest elevation outside of the wetlands. Already the house is raised up approximately 2 to 4 feet above grade. So we're trying to balance everything on the site, not bring more fill than we have to on the site, not have the house look any odder in appearance than it has to. I guess the question is the runoff from the roof or the small amount of runoff from the foundation drain, does it pose any threat to the wetlands? We don't think so.
Dave, could there be a compromise to shorten the roof leader? And, that way you pull that further away from the wetlands and let the footing drain, which will be less flow, up closer to the wetlands?
Yes, that's possible.
Okay, because the foundation drain is starting at such a low elevation, it's got to go that far.
We basically started at the outlet of the foundation drain, came back to the house, and then determined the house elevation based on that. So what Bruce is saying, and I agree, is that the roof leaders discharged to a collection pipe, they're only a foot or so below grade, so we could pull the outlet of the foundation drain, the outlet of the roof drains back further from the wetlands. So we'd have 2 outlet locations. I just thought it made sense to do one, but certainly the larger amount of water flowing to the wetlands would be from the roof. So yes, we can move the outlet back.
Oh, okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thanks, Dave. Robert?
No questions.
Neil?
Nothing for me.
Mark?
Yes, I was kind of surprised when I looked at this that the 150-foot area review was pretty much encompassed the whole house. I saw the water course, but I was just trying to figure out the limit of the wetlands. What type of, the water course I understand. What type of, is it just poorly drained soil that between the water course and the limit of the wetlands? What's the makeup?
Is Eric Davison on the call?
Yeah, hi. Can everybody hear me okay? This is Eric Davison.
Yes,
Yeah,
we can hear you.
Yeah, to answer that question, yes, you are in fact correct. And yeah, where you were just scrolling, Bruce shows that section of my report that just the next page down describes the soil type that you would find between the watercourse and the upland wetland interface. And it's a ray pool soil, which is a poorly drained soil as opposed to a very, very poorly drained soil. So not the wettest of the wet, really just has a saturated hydrology with, you know, what we'd call temporary flooding when that stream overflows.
So you're saying it gets pretty much the stream is the one that impacts its being wetlands, but just the overflow of the stream is doing it, not just the fact that.
Well, it's also the elevation of the wetland. There is some groundwater discharge from the uplands into the wetlands. It's not all stream driven. If that were the case, it would be an alluvial soil, but the overbank flow from the stream is a big part of it. If you scroll down to the photos, the 2 photos I included in the report, you can kind of see the fact that the stream is wide and flat. That's it right there, that first photo. The stream is wide and flat and has very low banks. So it overbanks, you know, easily and in a small storm. So the areas immediately adjacent are overbank flow. But as you get closer to the wetland edge, that is groundwater fed as opposed to overbank flow fed, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, well, thank you.
Yeah.
No further questions.
Ned?
Yeah, I see that the proposed house is hooked up to the town sewers. Is the existing house also already hooked up to the town sewers, or is there a septic system in the yard?
Oh, that one is tied in as well.
Okay. And would the builder be open to putting some markings for the wetlands on this? Because so, you know, we don't have, can try and cut down on disposal of brush and whatever.
I think you're talking like a conservation easement.
Yeah.
Or some of the, are you referring to the plaques on the trees or the posts?
Yeah. I mean,
that-
well, yeah, if we could have, like, if we can get an easement for a conservation use, at least to try and protect the water course. I don't know if it, you know, has to take the same shape of the limits of the wetland, but something that maybe could just help protect the water course there. And then put an easement through that.
I'm positive that the applicant would not mind putting up plaques on the trees to designate wetlands. I think the water course is already protected by the wetlands, but you know, a conservation easement is not an unreasonable thing to request.
We would just have to come, if we do decide that, we would have to just come up with an offset distance more or less off of the existing wetlands.
I don't know, something, I'm thinking maybe halfway between the water course and the wetlands, or just follow, I mean, we could just follow the wetlands, but
Yeah, we usually do a little bit off the wetlands, just
yeah,
like, just because you don't want to be right on the wetlands.
yeah,
you
right.
know? You want to have some kind of a cushion in there, you know? And we can go through, we have gone through these before with an easement, and we just write the easement such that it says that they can maintain the roof leader and the footing drain. So,
Right.
so we don't have to work around this, you know, we can, if you want to cut through half of this or go off at 10 feet, whatever, we can make it, and we'll smooth it out so it's not so jagged as the wetland line. So
that would be here, and we.
I mean, Bruce, or commissioners, the intent here was to put the house in the open lawn area so as to not have to cut down any trees at all.
Mhm.
So the developer has no intention of going into the wetlands area. So a conservation easement would be fine.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
I have one question that's really not related to wetlands, but I'm just looking at the lot configuration. And is that to maintain frontage?
Yes, over here.
Yeah. So the area where the stream is, that's part of the new lot because you need the road frontage, correct?
Dave?
We need 100 feet minimum frontage for a lot in the R20 zone. The proposed existing house lot, though, has more than 100 feet because also under the regulations, you can't have more than 20% of the minimum lot area consist of wetlands. So we had to try to balance all of the requirements.
Okay.
So the new lot 2, has a total of 168 foot frontage, but it's in 2 different locations.
Okay.
So we meet the zoning requirements. The revised lot 1 with the existing house actually has 168 feet of frontage. Again, we were trying to design this so that the new proposed house on lot 2 wouldn't have to be any farther back and into the woods and closer to the wetlands than it had to be. So I think the bottom line is, when all is said and done, the house is in the perfect location visually. It makes sense. It's a good location. It just results, the lot configuration is slightly atypical.
Yeah, no, just seeing a lot like this, I knew there had to be a reason why, and I just figured it was frontage. So that's why I was asking.
Yeah. Again, the new proposed lot 2, is almost 4 times larger than the minimum lot area required in the R20 zone. So it is an odd shaped lot, but yet there's a lot of excess land associated with it.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else have any other questions, or pretty much done with it? Okay, so one of the things I need to do is get a motion to accept the application.
So move, Statchen.
Is there a second?
Mark, second.
Okay, I have a motion on the floor to accept the application. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, abstaining. Significance. What's your thought about this, folks? Dave?
Significant.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear all of it.
Hold on. Not significant.
Okay, Robert?
Non-significant regulated activity.
And Neil?
Yeah, non-significant regulated.
And Mark?
Significant.
Ed?
Not significant.
And I would agree. So can I get a motion to determine that this is a non-significant activity?
So moved by Robert.
Is there a second?
Second by Mark.
Okay, all those in favor of the motion on the floor, which is this is a non-significant activity, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstaining? What do people think about a site walk? Necessary or not necessary?
Not necessary.
Yeah, not necessary.
I would agree with that. I don't think it's necessary either. Okay, so you have our general comments. We cannot act on this tonight, but it'll be back on the agenda for the next meeting.
Exactly.
Thank you very much.
And so, Mr. Chairman, so then Bruce and the builder can work out like where the conservation easement would go and for our next meeting.
That would be preferable.
Okay.
I can do that.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Yep.
Flying right through these things now, aren't we?
Yes, it was, we had a hard time getting over the first one.
Couldn't get the car started, but now we got the car started. Now it runs.
Yep.
All right, so
They're going downhill, lot 23 Snowberry Lane.
yeah, next one is the
A wetland to perform maintenance of a water quality basin.
yes. All right, I think I saw Attorney Ziogas on.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, James Iogas, 104 Bellevue Avenue for the applicant, Farmington West Limited Partnership. Our application tonight. Is everybody there?
Yep.
Yep.
I can hear you.
Oh, my screen went blank. I thought I lost everybody.
Now I see your shoulder.
Oh, boy.
I think you're freezing up probably. So hurry up.
Anyway,
Get through it.
I'll try to get my, I'll try to make my way through it. Our application tonight is to request a regulated activity permit to renovate the water quality basin located in the southwest corner of the in the 90s, and the water quality basin was established, and it was first renovated in about 2009, and that was the first time that it was maintained. The developer, Farmington West Limited Partnership, is responsible for the overall maintenance of this pond until the construction phases of the project are completed. We're not done with construction. It's probably going to be another couple of years. So our requirement and our obligation to the association is that we maintain that pond. The association has requested that we go through a second renovation of the pond. And as a result of that, we filed this application. The association and its management company have been intimately involved in the renovation proposal before you tonight. And George Logan from REMA has designed a report regarding the potential renovation that we're proposing. So if George is still online, I'd ask him to talk about his report, and then we can start answering any questions that the commission might have.
Oh, I am awake, George, for the record. Actually, this is not the latest and greatest of the plan, so I don't know if my second report had been put in. That's the March one. So there had been another one that was.
I thought that was the one right there. That's March.
Nope.
Hold on. You gave us a couple reports.
Oops. Go ahead. That's not it. Do you want me to share my screen?
No, hold on.
There it is.
Go ahead. I'll look in the file. This is all.
That's all we had for the application.
I'd ask.
There was one before that, but you know what? Go ahead. You can start. I'll be right back.
Okay.
If I have it in the folder, and I'll dump it in. I'll be right back.
I mean, I could always share the screen if you let me, but that's.
No, just go ahead and start the discussion.
Sorry. Okay. So what I was asked for, and this is kind of a quick synopsis, if you will, of exactly what happened. So I've gone out and looked at this site twice. I've looked at it in March, and I've looked at it in April. Actually, April 1st was the second time that we looked at it. And that was also during the time when the association had some people there from Mr. Barbove was one of their professional engineers, also from the homeowner association. There was a couple folks there. So in essence, what has happened, if I can distill this very, very fast, this is a water quality basin. It was not designed, my understanding is, and Mr. Whitney was, it was online, was also one of the designers of this. And so I've gone off some of his plans. This was a water quality basin. Had a forebay, a large sediment forebay. My understanding is that forebay has been renovated at least once. And what we ended up finding is that perhaps, and this is sort of a conservative assumption, is that the rest, if you will, the second cell of the water quality basin, which is predominantly a cattail marsh. There you go. That's the one. Yep. So I can look at that. That has maybe lost some of its capacity. So the first time that I was out there, what I did notice was that and again, there was a survey that was done by Ken Ricca, which indicates that the capacity of the sediment forebay is sufficient and it complies with what was originally proposed back when. So actually it's slightly deeper. So that has its capacity, but the only problem with that is even though it has its capacity, it's also one of the primary habitats for some of the herptile life that is associated with this pond, with this water quality pond. And we have, as it's been described, I haven't seen them myself because I wasn't there in the right time of the year, a whole bunch of painted turtles, I should say, but also we have other frogs. I saw green frogs, and I'm supposed there's some other frogs in there. But again, some of the capacity within the second cell probably has been compromised by anywhere from 6 inches to 1.5 feet. It's kind of hard to tell exactly because the survey wasn't done within the basin bottom on the second cell. As you see, it stops there. It gives you a few lines. So if, Bruce, if you can go in a little, zoom in a little more, you'll see that on the other side of the berm, that riprap berm, there's a line there that says elevation 291. And so does it go further down? Probably a little bit. It does. So what we thought we would do, so during our second visit, there was, after about a little less than an inch of rainfall over the last 24 hours. So the basin was at capacity, or pretty much at capacity. And you can see from some of the pictures that there's a moat around the Cattail Marsh, which basically tells you that that's a capacity. So what we decided to do is to renovate a portion of the Cattail Marsh by super excavating that area and getting down to possibly what was the original bottom elevation, which by the plan, it should have been at least 290. So we might want to go slightly deeper. But instead of doing the whole marsh, just doing, say, a third of it, which is that area, it's over 5,000 square feet. It would represent approximately 191 cubic yards of material. And the reason for that is because if we went and did the whole thing, the water quality renovation capacity and of this basin would be severely compromised. It would take probably 3 growing seasons to even get back to where it was before. So that was one thing that we decided to do, is to just go with that. And that would be something that we were able to excavate by getting an appropriate machine off following the berm. And we'll go all the way down to the emergency outlet, weir, if you will, not any further than that, and be able to reach. And then I suppose that would be a machine that could reach out about 45 to 50 feet. From the ground. So we could do that. So that will then become another ponded area, if you will, at least for some time, until we did some plantings around the edges, which also in the report. The other thing that I thought would be a good thing to do also from a temporary perspective, to make sure that we don't have a release to Scott Swamp Brook, which is to the south past the outlet, is to also do some sediment removal just around the outlet. And by the way, both times that I was there, I saw that the water coming out it looked clean, at least visually was clean. And then put a riprap filter berm around that, probably similar to what we already have around the forebay. We specify certain elevations so the water wouldn't be forced to go to the outlet, the emergency riprap weir, super excavate there, and that would be an additional cell, if you will, for renovation. This is something, if you go and look at the stormwater quality manual, that this will be a micro pool, and that's one of the best management practice that you see. So that's the plan. And then the engineer and also person who will be doing the maintenance has put in their own report in that would tell us exactly how he would do it, what kind of erosion sedimentation controls he would use for dewatering, for instance. And the main thing, though, that we specified in our report is because of the population of the turtles and also the other amphibians, that we would do this work during the low flow season, or so that would be obviously August into early September. One thing that has been floated also, knowing that not too many days from now, we probably will have an application before this commission for the final phase of Snowberry Cobble. What was floated was, to the extent that perhaps this basin will receive some of the runoff from that portion, which may contain some fines, and this will be an extra place for it, for the final polishing, if you will, during that construction. If it would make sense for this renovation of this maintenance of the pond to happen at some point past some portion of the development of that fourth phase. So that was one thing that was floated. To sort of leave this as it is. We know that the forebay has a significant capacity. We know that these marsh is doing a good job in polishing water. And would this be a sort of a belt and suspenders, an extra level of protection because the water is coming down to this place eventually during the construction of phase 4. So that's one thing that was just thrown out there as a possibility. That's all I would have to say at this point. I mean, I've kind of flown through it as much as I could. There are some plantings that are proposed. There's some sediment, post maintenance mitigation that would happen, make sure that, everything's stabilized. I have a few pictures there that you probably already looked at from both the times that I was out there, which included also sort of a look of what's immediately downstream. We did identify that right at the edge, and the plan would show it, right at the edge within the water quality basin, but not in an area that we would be doing anything at. There's a little bit of a Phragmites patch. I'm not sure that it's grown, but that will be something that we would also take care of while we're doing the maintenance. I don't know if there are any other questions. I mean, I probably miss a little bit of detail here, but because of the timing of the hour, I figured that will be the thing to do.
I'll ask commission members if they have any questions or comments. Ned, I'll start with you on this one.
All right. Yeah, it looks good, but then you just threw me at the end of it. If they're floating the idea of doing this with the last phase of the Snowberry, then why? I mean, if we pass the application, then it starts the time clock. That he has a period to do this, doesn't he?
If I could respond to that, Commissioner,
Sure.
Jim Ziogas, the association is pushing us towards a renovation because they're concerned about the water quality basin functioning properly. So they want us to do it now, and then we have an obligation to do it again when we leave the project. So there would be a third renovation that would come along to make sure that the basin is functioning properly, do a new as-built, and complete it. And then we leave the property, and the association then takes over the responsibility for the long-term maintenance of the pond. We've kind of made a commitment to the association that we would do it at their direction, provided we could get a permit from your commission. So all things being equal, we did make a commitment to the association to try to do this now. As soon as the first dry period comes along, we would like to do the renovation. So that
Okay.
was our.
Okay, so you're gonna do it soon or
Well, we'd like to do it probably in late
in
August.
fall? Yeah,
September.
okay. Yeah, that's that's my only question. Everything, I mean, the plan looks reasonable.
Okay, Mark?
So just make sure I understand. There's further more development can be done in Snowberry Cobble, I guess you're saying?
Yes, that's correct. We have another
So-
section that has to be built.
So I assume, like we've seen previously, like tonight, that during construction, any runoff, any of the runoff from that development would not be going to that basin during that time, or would it be going to it?
No, it's pretty far away from it, and and the development area is protected, and it does not drain into this basin. There's no runoff. Let me say,
It drains to that basin.
it
Yes.
drains, but is protected from the mud and the siltation going into the basin.
I mean, it has the typical sedimentation erosion controls, obviously, that are required for that last phase. The only question here was, this is the last, if you will, point before this discharge to Scott Swamp Brook. And the idea would be, should that be left alone as a final, since it's working so well now, as a final polishing and sort of belt and suspenders into the system. But I think what I'm hearing is that we could do the major work this season, and then if we had to go back and do some more at the end of that final phase, that's what would happen.
Yeah.
So the final phase is going to happen when?
Well, we're starting that final phase. We're going to start the planning process and the wetlands process for it very soon. The problem being is that as we're watching interest rates go up, this housing market could slow down significantly in the next 12 months. Therefore, we can't predict how fast those units are going to be built and sold. So the project could last another couple of years. We just don't know. We just don't know. That's why this renovation is probably important as the major renovation. And then when the project does conclude, at whatever time that is, we do a final renovation, button it up, and turn it over to the association.
Okay, thank you for answering that. It's very good. Thank you. I'm done.
Thanks.
No more questions.
Is Neil still on?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you call me.
Sorry.
Yeah, no questions from me.
Okay. Robert?
No questions.
Dave?
Questions?
George, I got a question for you. You were talking about some other report that came in. Was that associated with the May filing? I thought you said somebody else had also submitted a report. Or did I misunderstand you?
No, I don't think I said something like that. Yeah, you probably did, but
Okay. I
um,
thought you were saying that somebody else was submitting information on this, and I looked back at what I had, and I just saw your report. So I was just wondering if.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, so we did have a report that was put into the record by Robert Hilterbrand, who's actually going to do the maintenance. I don't know if that got into the record.
Yeah, that's the construction sequence by Rob Hilbrand. It's included in the package, I believe.
Right here.
There it is. Yep.
Yep.
Okay, all right. I wasn't positive what you're referring to, so I just wanted to clarify that. So, okay.
Right, we coordinated together, and of course, he's the PE, so he looked over my stuff and sort of said, okay, that sounds good, I can do this.
Nope, I'm fine then. Thank you. Just wanted to clear that up. So I guess with this, we need to
The application.
get a motion to approve the application. I think that's where we're at with this. Correct?
Did we accept this at the last meeting?
No,
No.
nope, this is brand new.
First time.
Oh, this is new.
Feels like it, don't it?
So can I get a motion to accept the application?
So moved.
Is there a second? There may be.
Second, Mark.
Okay.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. So all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. So we've accepted the application. I don't think this is a significant activity. I mean, it's part of some required maintenance on it. I mean, that's how I would look at it.
Yeah, I would agree.
But Dave,
I agree.
Robert,
Agree, it's maintenance.
Neil,
Yeah, I agree.
Mark,
Maintenance.
Ned.
Maintenance.
Okay, so we can't vote on it at this particular point in time, so we'll include this on the agenda for the next meeting.
Do you want to have a vote on whether it's
Yeah, you gotta
No,
make a
anything
motion.
significant?
I'm like, did I miss it?
I'll make a motion that this is an insignificant event,
Yeah. Okay.
Non-significant.
non-significant.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with that. I just assumed that saying it's strictly maintenance, we weren't doing a public hearing for just maintenance. So I guess I jumped the gun. So can I get a motion to indicate that this is a non-significant activity?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second, Robert.
Have a motion on the floor to determine this is a non-significant activity. Those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstaining? Okay. So I think now that gets us to planner's report.
All right, I got a deal for you tonight.
Thank you, guys.
Let's speed this through. I'm gonna plant 17. I know that George was on, but I talked to him. He didn't get a chance to do a formal report, but he was out there, took some pictures. He said he'll get back to us next meeting on a report for that. Okay.
I'll have the full pictures and everything next time.
Awesome.
Okay.
Done. Next.
Good.
Bridgehampton, I can push that off to next meeting if you guys don't mind. You know. Hopefully,
Good idea.
Hopefully it won't be that long. The only one I have is Talcott Notch, if you don't mind. This is a little bit more of a timing issue. So the owner is looking to close on the lot, and this is a function of whether he decides to close on it or not. This was an old subdivision and wetlands approval. I think it was one of the first ones done by the Inland Wetlands Commission. So here's Mountain Lane, and here's Talcott Notch. All right, it's a two. It was a,
I'm still seeing a detention basin. It's
Oh.
Snowberry Cobble.
you're not seeing anything, guys?
I'm
See a
seeing
detention basin.
Snowberry Cobble.
Oh, man. I opened up the wrong one.
Point, you know?
No, hold on.
It's up there with it.
No, it's the other one right here. I think I opened up the wrong one. I
Oh.
got so many. God, which one? Let's try it in this one.
No, the other one you had up. Go.
Let's do this one.
No.
This year. Let me just go here. Let me do this.
Top,
Yeah.
top tab, yeah.
Did you see it now?
See something
Yep.
now.
Oh, you see it now? Mountain Lane, you see? Talcott Notch?
Yes.
All right. Woo. Okay, so this was a 2-lot subdivision. It was a pretty steep slope. This house has since been built, has since been constructed. There was a lot of, being one of the first ones and being with a large wetland on the south here, there was a lot of discussion on the conservation easement. Right, go right through here. There was a planting plan that was agreed, that was installed. There was some actual limitations put on the construction during certain times of the year to give time to open up the land and then to get it seeded before the end of the year. So this has been completed. Down here, the engineer and the developer did a little work here. What you see in red is what they're proposing. What you see in black is what was approved. All right, so there's a question that they'd like to know whether they would have to come back for a wetlands permit for this work, or if this would fall under, because it's already been approved, if it's something that staff can approve on their own. So you can see here, the house was over here, and now they've made a much larger home, and they've actually carried the grading back further. The septic system has gotten smaller because since then the code has changed, so they're able to shrink the amount of the septic system. Unfortunately, a lot of this has been cleared out in the back in 2012 when all the test pits were done up here. So this is all becoming overgrown and stuff. But the specifics here, my pad here. All right, so as an example, the existing home was roughly 1,900 square feet of floor area. It's now up to 3,500 square feet. So it is much bigger, but the reason is he wants to do a one-level ranch and wants to maximize solar. They're looking to do a zero net house, so they would like as much roof area to do a solar. Driveway before was roughly 2,600 square feet of disturbance. Now it's up to 2,900 square feet, so just a little bit more. And the clearing has increased from 36,000 square feet to 43,000 square feet. And again, that's to take care of this steep slope and to grade it out. I think what they did back in 2012 was a rough sketch of what they could do. Now they'd like to clean it up and make it look a little nicer and a little more presentable. So I guess the question to you guys is before they close on the lot is they need to know if this needs to go back to wetlands. And that's going to be dependent on whether they purchased the lot or not. So I told them I would push it through to you guys to get your understanding and your feeling of what you thought would need to be done.
This is Ned. I don't think the changes look that dramatic or that significant, from what we had approved. I think I would think staff can make sure the modifications are done in a way so that they don't, like the septic system will still function the way it was intended to, and the house can still be built. What do you think?
I mean, the one thing I'll say about this particular area, the major problem that we've seen is erosion and sedimentation control. So that's something that I would be very concerned about, is making sure that, anything that goes in is going to address this extended amount of work.
I'll agree with you, Bob. We had a lot of problems up here with this contract, but it was mainly the contractor. So,
what would be helpful is what's in the white above this? I mean, what is that?
Here, this is an existing home. I can click over to that quickly for you guys. You see this? You see the GIS?
Yep.
Yep.
All right. Turn off the zoning. The aerial on. That's what we have now. So 37 is a new home. So what it doesn't show up on here. 38 is the existing home at the end of the cul-de-sac, and this is where that other house would end up being, down in here. And it all drains down to this wetland stream underneath Talcott Notch, and down the hill it goes.
Okay, so there's like no swimming pool at the edge of the property line that is gonna
No
overload that slope or anything like that.
No, it's actually off the property. The wetlands is off the property. I mean, there are specifics. There are conditions on this property. Like I said, I want to say they can only do earthwork between June and September. It was a really interesting condition. So they have to stop in September and get it seeded, and so there's grass established for the winter. So we don't have any erosion during the fall and the spring.
We saw the results of that on number 37.
Yes. Again, I'm going to put that on the contractor. We had a lot of problems with the contractor. This is a totally different builder. It'll be a totally different site contractor. So I have a little confidence. I have a lot more confidence in this than I do that what happened there.
I mean, like I said, my bigger concern on it is what's done for erosion sedimentation control and how quickly they grade it out and how fast they get that site stabilized. I don't know, Dave?
Dave, you there?
Okay, Robert,
No comments.
Neil,
Nothing here.
It's not there anymore.
Mark,
I don't see any reason why it can't happen.
okay, Ned, anything else?
No.
All right, so again, I think the big thing is making sure that there's a good erosion sedimentation control plan in place and, you know, requirements for reporting and making sure that they don't screw it up.
If you don't mind, I can work with them on that. We'll work on some temporary sedimentation basins through here, silt fence, silt sock, the works.
Yeah,
Yeah, because this is all downhill. This would, if there's rain and everything, there would be a lot of mess going downhill. right?
Exactly. Yep. So
You know what happens up there?
so does that give you what you need, Bruce?
I think so. If you guys are willing to let this go as a staff review, then I think that's good. I think he's lucky to go until 11 o'clock, you know? All right, guys. I guess
The minutes date is wrong.
the minute, huh?
The date in the minutes is wrong.
Oh, God, how did I miss that?
Should be 5/4/20.
Oh, I missed that. So it's
It's
5-4.
right on the Conservation Commission. It's
Yeah.
good.
Okay, so need a motion to approve the minutes of April 20th, 2022 wetland meeting.
That's 5-4.
It's actually supposed to be 5/4/22.
Yeah, I was just looking at the calendar.
Sorry.
so- Okay.
We
So,
both missed
got a
it.
motion to approve the minutes of May 4th, 2022 for wetlands.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
A motion on the floor to approve the May 4th minutes for wetlands. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstaining? So.
Hurry up. I think everyone's fading.
4.
You guys are already home.
And call the Conservation Commission meeting to order. And I think the only thing here, unless I'm missing something, is can I get a motion to approve the minutes of May 4th, 2022 Conservation? Commission
So
meeting?
moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
A motion to approve the May 4th Conservation Commission
Aye.
meeting minutes. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, abstaining. We still got it done at 11:04.